Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Yesterday, we saw that it really is the era of everyone here at the Snapdragon Pro Series as Animus dethroned Kings in the final match of the day. Now, we turn our focus to the middle of the pack, and for some of these teams, it's do or die. Who will keep themselves in the running for the Challenge Finals? Well, it's time for us to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop pit, how sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is the second day of week 2 of our challenge season here, and the competition is really starting to heat up. And if you missed any of that action yesterday, you need to go back and make sure you check it out because it is worth the watch. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, and today we are joined by Beef Mommy, Bobby Plays, and I hold shift in spirit. Over there, Bobby's keeping him nice and toasted. Oh, no. You got rid of the photo.
Sorry.
Worked so hard on that drawing.
Wait.
Bobby will bring him back. We miss you, Shift. Okay, we'll be keeping him here on the sofas with us all day. Are you ready to get to the official halfway point of the season once we're done today?
My goodness, we're at day 4 out of 9. Wow. I mean, at this point, a lot of these teams need to be settled. Yesterday, day number 3, it was even matches up between the upper echelon and for the teams that needed to catch up. But for the day, unfortunately, for the teams that are having a hard time, it is a David versus Goliath situation because it's not going to be easy for these teams trying to catch up.
It's kind of crazy that by the time we get halfway done with this, we will be halfway done with the regular season of Stage 4 for EU. Crazy to think about. And like you said, that
He got a lower
pretty impressive right there. I can't remember what I was talking about now, but basically there's a lot on the line for the underdogs. And like you said, there's no easy matchups for those teams that are toward the bottom side of the standings.
Yeah, honestly, that's why I said it's going to be a do or die day. It's very important today what happens with some of these matches. Now, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, we've already done 3 other days of competition prior, and you don't want to miss what happens in the second half of the season. So, of course, make sure you're following us on social media, okay? Head on over to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure you're watching all of our live streams so you can stay up to date with all of the Snapdragon Pro Series action and know exactly how this challenge season unfolds. On top of that, you can also come join us in our new community Discord. You can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Hop on in, chat with us, talk all things COD Mobile. Just hang out in a really cool space. Plus, it'll help you stay up to date on everything, okay? Just another form of social media that you need to be on top of. Time for us to start talking about today. We do this every time, okay? Just in case you're new here and you missed it. If you've been here before, you already know how this works, but we've got to do a little bit of a refresher. Let's talk about the format of the tournament and how our teams got here. Bobby, the expert.
Stage 1 ranked play, Stage 2 ranked with friends, Stage 3 those friends play together in a 128 team bracket to move on to the 8-team round robin. The top 8 have an opportunity to make it into the top 4, and the top 2 out of those will move on to Stage 5 of the COD Mobile World Championships.
Now, obviously, everyone wants to make sure they make it to the World Championship. Lots of money on the line once you're there, but we also have a pretty sweet prize pool on on the line for just our challenge season as well, Mommy.
That is a lot of money. I mean, you got $2,200 on that first spot, and on that second you have $2,000. But honestly, these teams are actually playing for that spot. The only top 2 spots that'll represent EU in Stage 5. And what's more interesting is the fact that EU right now, especially with the format that we have, is so competitive so far. I'm not quite sure who's top 1 at this point. It's a question mark, and we love to see that.
That's what we're talking about when we said you need to go check what happened yesterday. Some really cool, kind of unexpected results that just show how tight the competition here is in this region. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens today as well. Will our last 2 undefeated teams remain undefeated today? I mean, this is going to be that David versus Goliath schedule that you were talking about here, Mommy. Talk us through our matches.
Well, I'm looking at Mont, and so far they had a phenomenal game up against Zidium yesterday. So with that in mind, they could probably take that momentum up against this Animus squad. But the difficult part is it was very close for this Mont team up against Zidium. It was an overtime and meltdown. They almost lost out, but they were able to capitalize on those mistakes that Zidium made. But today, Animus is a squad that is looking like they're not making any mistakes. So Mont need to keep it into 100.
And then coming up after that, we've got Zidium versus Exclusive. Potentially a close one, or how are you feeling about this one, Bobby?
I think it has the potential to be a close one. I would say out of all the matches that we have today, that's the one that's most likely to go beyond 3 games. But Exclusive, even though they don't have a positive record right now, have had to face 2 of the top 3 teams that we've been talking about. They had to go up against Kings and 117 not found, and that's where they found all of their losses so far. They're going to be going up against a Mont squad that just took down Zidium. And right now, obviously, you got to give them the advantage, but definitely some momentum in Zidium's favor.
And then third match of the day, we start moving into some of those top teams that Bobby was just referencing. We've got 31er versus Kings.
Well, Kings looking like they're not the Kings anymore in the competition.
Woo!
Like what we keep saying. The scratches on the paper, the blemishes are actually showing for this squad. But I'm assuming that it's because they're going up against Animus yesterday, and the fact that that team was split and that team knows very well how to play each other. They've been in the scene for such a long time. So it's not a surprise to me that it was just a back and forth. But now 31er has a phenomenal job into trying to figure out how to get into those cracks, the kryptonite that we like to say. But for 31er, they did an amazing job up against Panic yesterday, but obviously with Panic, they're not having the best of times right now, so that may not be the best kind of, situation to be at. But as we're looking at speaking of the Panic and 31er gameplay, Panic just looks super lost. And for Kings, they looked pretty lost yesterday. So this is the best case scenario for 31er to possibly take a map off of Kings.
Yeah, it'll really depend if they were taking notes when they were watching Animus yesterday, Bobby.
Yeah, no question. I think Animus did a phenomenal job. You take down Kings, you show anybody is capable of being a top dog in this one. And Panic has ultimately just been the squad. We had 2 teams get their first match wins. Actually, I think maybe even map wins playing up against Panic, as well as Zidium and 31er both take them down. Really, they've got such a tall task. We know they've got the talent, but chemistry is not a thing that's built overnight, and they're going up against a 117 not found roster that has yet to lose a map. Not a match. They have yet to lose a map in Stage 4, and they have looked very, very untouchable so far.
That's definitely a scary fact to go up against for Panic, who we did see at the end of yesterday, like you guys have been touching on. They're a little bit slow to start here in the season, down at the bottom of the leaderboard, so it might be a rough time to try and get that dub.
Yeah, you need to start picking things up, and like what we've been trying to figure out this whole competition, who is that #1 team? And so far it's looking like it's actually 117 not found being those Kings here in EU. But for Panic, they had, 3 days to try and patch up whatever happened in their team, any kind of team chemistry, any kind of adaptation. But unfortunately for them, even in day number 3, they struggled up against a team that is 31er. So there's a lot of things to kind of change in a span of 24 hours when it comes to your plays, especially since you're going up against 117 not found, which looked super solid up against Exclusive yesterday.
Well, speaking of things that can change in a 24-hour window, we've got the final moments, final highlights from this Animus versus Kings match that closed out the day yesterday. Bobby, talk about a great match to finish it.
Yeah, I mean, this is all you can really ask for. This is what people expect to be the two top teams. I'm interested that you said 117 are the top dogs now in Europe, because I heavily disagree with that. I think you just got to look at the strength of the schedule, and obviously they took down Exclusive, but that's the only real challenge so far. I think they definitely still have some proving to do if we're going to call them the top dogs, and they should have up and coming another free win on their schedule. The back end of the schedule for this 117 roster is definitely going to be the proving grounds, going up against both Kings and Animus late in the season.
All right, well, now that we've broken everything down from yesterday as well, let's start talking about our first match of the day. We've got it up behind us. We saw it on the schedule. It is Mont versus Animus. What do you think we can expect out of this one, Mommy?
It really depends on the map selection of Mont, because so far their hardpoints are not looking that great. They only have a 50% win rate, no, even further than that, I think 33%. But for Animus, looking pretty solid, especially yesterday up against Kings, where I feel like it could have been an easy 3-0. That Hacienda map, I feel like, should have been their win, but that last-ditch effort from Inferno to win P2 in Hacienda definitely was that nail in the coffin, but they did a phenomenal job in Summit. For now, I think Mont needs to ban Summit, because so far with every Animus game in Summit, and it has been 4 times, they win it every single time.
I mean, we'll get a chance to look at the Mont roster, but I saw you nodding over there, Bobby. Tell me what you're thinking.
I would agree. Try to ban Summit, and if you can, see if you can find a way to sneak Arsenal in there. Even though they didn't find a win on Arsenal, Mont actually played 117 not found closer on Arsenal than Animus did. Animus losing by about 130, whereas Mont only lost by 70 points. So that could be a big opportunity for them to find a map. If I had to guess, we'd probably see Animus ban it, but if it does end up slipping through, maybe an opportunity for them to take an early map.
All right, now that we've got the players here also on Mont up on the board, we'll take a look on the flip side of things. Animus, talk about their players here for just a second on an individual level. Who did you feel like was really impactful yesterday?
Easy. Jayce. He has been phenomenal. Like what we said, that Summit might not be an easy map for them, but they did win it up against Zidium. He had 28 kills in 3 minutes on the point. But I feel like on the other side of things, Shark can easily be a player that can shut him down, because this is a player that we were pegging yesterday to be possibly one of the best players here in EU. So, Bobby, it's going to be a really tough time trying to shut this down, especially if Shark's going to be really hot today.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference for Animus yesterday, like Shark was popping off. That's something he's been doing all tournament. I think the biggest difference was the fact that the rest of the squad was able to keep up with him for the most part. We talked especially on map 1 that Boot was really, really struggling, I think going close to double negative, even despite the fact that there was an AFK player for a significant portion of the game for King. So the fact that he was able to start getting going, Narc showing some more consistency as well. I think if you can keep all 5 players consistently on that level, they're going to be tough for anybody in all of Europe to beat.
Well, I mean, we even heard it when we got a chance to talk to Gathilla in the interview at the end. He even said that in his opinion, Shark is the best player in EU. Direct quote out of his mouth. So, I mean, they've got an indomitable squad right now for this team. We'll have to see how it goes from now. First game, even in the interview again that we also heard him say, we asked him about this matchup today, and he said that they're taking this matchup just as seriously as they take Kings, as these picks and bans are now coming through the Summit.
The Summit.
The Summit.
Okay, I mean, for Mont, you have a lot of VOD to watch in the past 24 hours when it comes to Summit, but that is not going to be good. Imagine for Animus, they beat Kings in a very convincing way into that Summit game. Yes, it was a little bit close, but when it comes to the rotation and the gunfights, they were able to kind of just really dominate that part of the map. But I'm also looking at Apocalypse as well, which is a very interesting map for both of these teams. And so far, I think Apocalypse, Mont does not do well here so far.
Realistically, I don't see them getting to the Apocalypse, and if they do, I don't think it's going to be a super pretty one. Obviously, you see the Summit in there, so that should be a locked-in map 1 for Animus. Then you head on to the Express. honestly, not worst case scenario, Mont were able to take Kings down to the wire on that one. So if I had to guess, that's probably their map pick and could potentially force the Apocalypse once again. I don't think that's going to be a map they'll have an advantage on. And then the Crossroads Strike, obviously, we saw Animus completely dismantle Kings on that map. So if I had to guess, Mont, if you're going to have one chance to take a map, it's got to be on the Express.
All right. Well, now that we've got those in, it's time to start getting into the day. We're going to send you guys onto the other side of the studio to dive into match number 1. Let's do it.
I'm excited.
Bye,
Here we go. Bye, Chef.
man.
Miss
I'm all
you,
alone.
buddy. The telestrator misses you so much, man.
Oh, man, it's going to be just... It's going to be inactive for the entire day, and it'll
I know,
feel
it's
like a
gonna be
big
so
missed opportunity. But
lonely.
I'm so unartistic that if I tried to draw anything on the telestrator,
We're going to look like a bunch of 2-year-olds.
you would think I was a preschooler. So heading into this one, honestly, for Mont, not the worst case scenario when it comes to the maps. You probably don't anticipate their hopes would be super high for the hard points anyway. The fact that they're able to get Express into the map pool early on, definitely a big W for them. The Search and Destroy has definitely looked like one of their strong suits. They need to improve in those other modes, and this is going to be some great practice here on Summit.
Definitely. And let's see how well they actually watched the Animus versus Kings broadcast yesterday and figure out what Animus did to just give Kings a very hard time as we're starting things off here in Hardpoint Summit. Who really is going to take over that top L control, which is going to be really good for them. And that's going to be Mont having the more favorable spawn starting off.
Boot on the low ground, able to get the assist, a little bit of extra damage in there as well. Jace, early push in. You talked about him being one of those players to watch for Mont. Pretty convincing start right here as they're able to control that inside of the hard point fairly well. Rasmo spotted out. That's going to be an early double kill for Fahim. And I think the big question for a lot of these top teams is when they're going against teams at the bottom of the standings, are you able to bring that same level of energy that you're bringing against 117, against Kings, against Exclusive? And off the start, it has not looked that way for Animus.
Setup for Mont looking pretty nice here. And so far, 27-1 is a surprising score that you're going to see here in the first few seconds of the hardpoint. But Scrap going to be contested. Not just that, though. The rotation for Nex needs to pull through. And you don't see Mont actually trying to contest for the hardpoint. Instead, leaves and goes in for the more favorable spot on the left side of the map. But it's going to be tricky as player number 4, Shark, already in the water, trying to hunt down some of the opponents right there.
Couple of big kills come through from Mont once again, and very individualistic play out of Animus so far. Just a lot of solo chows, no real solid pushes into the hard point. They're not really getting outslayed. If anything, I think they've got more kills, but they have not been able to convert it into hard point time. They finally find a break right there, but reinforcements come from green, and just like that, Mont picking up the hard point time. Etsy anchor in the back side, but he gets shut down. Those are a couple of crucial kills, and the next spawns will be big. Animus take those spawns over toward green side. Still 30 seconds remaining. If you're Mont, not the worst thing in the world to just try to fight for some additional hardpoint time here.
And it's still going to be Mont in the hardpoint. And even though Animus was able to kind of retake that, Mont is going to be a really good surprise that they were able to get the scrap points down. Narcs try to go in there for the contest. Jace going to be in a really bad spot as we do get to see 10 seconds of scrap going to the favor of Animus. But the setup for next is definitely going to be as important as well. And so far, it's still Animus here in P3.
Yep, those are the big-time gunfights that you've got to find a way to win. Daytel finds one, but Shark on the inside of the hard point there to shut him down. Animus giving away a little bit of an early lead, but with this setup, should be able to take it back. You got Rasmo in the backside anchoring those spawns. And as long as he's there, it is going to be a tough break for Mont to find. One player's going to be able to make their way up to silo. That's going to be Zeze. He should be able to regen here as well. With 2 players applying pressure, Shark might need to peek out. It looks like they've broken through the backside, and the spawn should be theirs. Animus spawning across the map right now. A sizable misplay, allowing a player to get pushed up to silo that early, and a huge early break for Mont.
And now we do get to see Mont getting majority of the time here in the last 20 seconds of the hill. And now you're going to think, Animus, are you going to be contesting it? One last contest from the last 2 players, but they do go down. And they have no chance, but no way that they will contest this as they're spawning off into the right side of the map, getting ready for P4. So they're going to be leaving it alone. Animus goes in there for next, and it's up to Mont for the break.
very slow start for Gothillia. Only 3 kills on the board, and Mont are picking them apart on rotation right here. Only a few more kills needed for the break, and just like that, 3 players drop. Narc's gonna pop the Purifier and see how many he can hold off, but he gets shut down as well. Etsy pops the claw, and Mont find the break again. Animus not focused at all in this one, and they are giving away hard points left and right.
Oh, Zay with the beautiful Preddy, and also Daytel going in big with the Sparrow. Flushes every single one of the Animus players, and the setup for Animus is going to be broken. Great usage of the score streaks and operators right now for Mont, and now they're soaking up majority of the points here in P4, and Animus is nowhere to be seen, even close.
They just look like they came into it overconfident, whether it's underestimating their opponents or overestimating their own ability. Animus now getting doubled up on by a team that has just now gotten their first win in stage 4 of EU. Fahim on the bottom side somehow gets out of that alive, and once again, Mont finding kills that they simply should not be finding. Gothillia on the back side trying to lock down those stairs, and finally some contest opportunity as he's gonna pop the Annihilator. Early time here for Animus, but they have got to start taking this more seriously and locking in. They have not looked like the same team.
Animus needs to find a way to answer to Fahim, because so far 22 kills to his name at the moment. Looking very well. He's gonna create so much space for his team, and so far they're just capitalizing on the space that he's making. And now 36 seconds left on the clock, and Animus getting a little bit of contest time here. Zay on the Purifier gets a lot of these kills from Animus that are trying to go into this point, but 156 and 72 with 20 seconds left, a scrap to just obtain, and there is no presence from Animus whatsoever.
I don't really know what they're doing. Gothillia is going to be able to find one on the top side, but nobody's had a big impact so far for Animus. Look at Fahim, look at Zay, both breaking the 20 kill mark, but so many of those solo chows just not paying off. Rasmo's going to be able to find the break by himself on the back side of that one and finds another, but very few streaks and very little value out of the operators as well for this Animus squad. Finally, 4 in the feed, an opportunity for them to set up well here on P2. Boot not going to be able to win that one in the top side, but players on the objective still locking things down right here. Should have reinforcements as Rasmo's in position there, and they continue to move upward. But they have allowed a large gap to form, and that Pred should be dropping here. It looks like it's going to hit a trophy, and another opportunity for them to close the gap some more.
All right, Animus, this is the chance for you to close in that gap, and so far, no solid hold from both of these teams. They're trying to go in for the contest instead. Jayce tries to get rid of that one player down, but unfortunately not able to get that kill, and so far it's going to be Animus for that scrap point. And for the rest of the Mont squad, needs to go and follow up into P3 because there's only Zay right there to try and control P3.
Boot knows that there's one player looking to peek out bottom side toward P2. Daytel gonna get spotted out as well. Those are a couple crucial rotation kills. Etsy doesn't get spotted out on the side, but Animus definitely have an inkling as to where he is. He gets shut down. 1 kill goes through for Fahim, but once again, Animus, solid setup here on P3. The question is, can they keep it? And Rasmo doesn't realize that Jayce has broken through just like that. An opportunity for spawns to flip. Fortunately for Animus, 1 player does drop to maintain that position.
Rasmo is doing really big kills outside of the hill. He was able to get rid of 1 player from Mont that is trying to go in there for that rotation. That was Zay. And now they're trying to bring out the big guns. And just like that, every kind of progress that Mont is actually having is going to be dwindled down just a little bit. But break into the front side. And Animus still has a more favorable spot. And Rasmo is in a really good spot here by Cable Car, which we saw is such a power position for P3.
Mont, where are the comms? Rasmo just raining terror from the low ground and nobody even peeking his side. Boot's gonna slide the corner, does find one onto Zay. And Animus, who were just now down 90 points, do find basically a full 60 here on P3. Now an opportunity for them to break back into this game. Rasmo drops a Pred, that's crucial information, and they are heating up right now. Boot just non-stop flashbang, but the Hunter Killer for Shark connects. The spawns will flip right there, and this is more of the Animus squad that we saw yesterday up against Kings.
Again, Rasmo goes big with those Hunter Killer drones, man. Always stops the push coming in from Mont when it comes to that rotation. And even though we did get to see Mont for that early setup, Animus able to finally close the gap by just a little bit. They also have the more favorable spot, but no! Play number 4, Rasmo, able to win a gunfight, but was a little bit too far away, and a Mont player actually spawned right behind him. And now Mont is going in there one by one. They're looking like they're having a very difficult time here so far.
And their composure, you can tell, is just not where it was at the beginning of this one. There have been so many sequences where Rasmo has been able to be allowed double, triple, quadruple kills just at will, with nobody playing for trades on this one. Mont have looked lost since that next rotation back to P3, and a lot of these mistakes have allowed Animus to now get back into this, sitting up 30 points, another full 60, and that's basically 120 straight for them as they look to push into top control right here and see if they can set up some more time here on P1.
Rasmo yet again brings out another Hunter Killer. I think it's his 3rd or 4th time bringing that out, and so far it has been pesky. And the fact that he's bringing it out during rotational gunfights is just so essential at just guaranteeing Animus the more favorable spawn. But now this is where they kind of had a little bit of a hard time in the past 2 rounds, where it's still Mont right across the board, but just like that, it's gonna be blue.
Solid break out of Animus. Gathilia took a little while to get going, but he has heated up for sure. Sending up the Hunter Killer, not going to connect right there, but they continue to move upward. They can win here if they maintain this hold. One player hops onto the point for Mont. Gathilia looking to clear him out. It is going to be a full break, but Mont need to play perfect hardpoint the rest of the way on this one. Only 18 points needed for Animus, who have looked so solid on the backside of this game. Narc's going to be able to clear out that last kill, and that should get them pretty close to 240. Right now, Mont need to get that high ground control. Narc's the solo man looking to break through.
And now looking from what Jace actually just did was an essential one for Mont to win the spawns, and was able to get rid of that one play from Animus trying to go in there for that flank. So far though, it's still blue on P2. More favorable side though is going to be in Mont, but they need to start stepping on it. But unfortunately 250 and 206, and Animus, it just shows that they have the experience for it. They're good under pressure, and Mont looking like they were kind of sweating at the last few rounds.
I think that said more about Animus than it did about Mont. They just did not look serious at all off the start of that one, and I don't know if it was a lack of practice or just not taking your opponent seriously, but that's not something you can afford to do, and could have been a devastating result, especially given the fact that we expect that Express could be the strongest opportunity for Mont to take some points here. They do bounce back, they take the map, but those are mistakes you just cannot allow to happen, fortunately for them. Rasmo anchoring those spawns was so crucial on that second set of rotations. He was basically unkillable for that Mont squad, and they did not have an answer. Seemed like largely just because of lack of communication.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Rasmo was basically a cyborg, because he had Hunter Killer drones in his back pocket, playing the Predator missile to his advantage as well, and he was getting so much of that score streak and using it at the perfect time to make that comeback for Animus, and that lead was not a joke for Mont. But the fact that Animus was able to set it up and breathe just a little bit and finally get those points down, it's going to be hard going for that S&D, where Express, we've seen Mont do well, but also at the same time lose their composure at the later stages.
Yeah, I think they've got to punish Animus early on this one and not allow them to get into the late game, because once Animus starts to build momentum, I mean, ultimately they seem like a very momentum-based team. Whenever they start to get going, there's no stopping them, and ultimately that's what happened up against Kings yesterday. They start to get going on one map, they take it into the next, and then by the time you get to map 3, there's nothing that could possibly stop them. So right now, if you're Mont, you've got to punish them early, take away their confidence, and see what you can do here in the Search and Destroy.
Especially with Search and Destroy, where you don't really have the best of statistics, but still signs of life, because they always brought it down pretty close. I think just with the exception of Tunisia, where it was just absolutely, we do not talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I know, right? I feel like the snipers did their work for the side of Zidium, but for Mont right now, you need to find a way to use your snipers. You got Zeze, you got Etsy to try and pinch either pinch or you try to get that kill, give that information down to your team, especially depending on when you're going to be siding. I think it's important to note who's going to be starting off the defensive side first, because so far Mont is pretty good when it comes to the defense.
Yep, we'll see what they've got heading into this one, but once again, Animus heading out of yesterday, I think we expected them to maybe not definitively be the #1 team in Europe, but the fact that you can take a match off of Kings shows that you are at least on their level. And from all the interviews that we have heard from the players, they all felt like Kings were just on a completely different level from everybody else. So Animus showing that is not the case. They at least deserve a conversation in being in that category and have an opportunity to continue to extend their standing right here as they look to maintain that undefeated record.
Here's the thing, though. The last time that they actually played Express was up against 117 Not Found in Stage 3, and they won it 7-5 fashion. So you're like, you said no, that 117 is actually not the #1 team. We still don't know, because I feel like Animus could definitely be that. But the fact that 117 Not Found was able to pull a map in firing range up against a team like Animus, but at the same can be said when it comes to Animus, they can definitely beat a team like Mont here very well. But we need to find a consistency, and like what you mentioned, it is that rhythm that needs to be broken.
Yeah, I think that there are definitely big holes in Animus's game, especially back in Stage 3. I think the Search and Destroy has looked a lot better for them, so we'll see if that necessarily converts over to the Express. Once again, the newer maps, sometimes the teams that, especially teams that aren't super strong in Search and Destroy, will struggle big time just because of a lack of practice, and it's not necessarily not necessarily plays that you have like just down by memory and you're going to have to make adjustments. It seemed like they did that very well in the Search and Destroy yesterday, but sometimes it's more difficult to know what those adjustments need to be on a newer map too.
Definitely, and especially with Express being so tricky, because honestly for me, the MVP is going to be the train. I was hoping for an Express map today, because every single time that we go in here, I'm just expecting, is the train going to get a victim today? But we're going to see if anyone's going to be making a mistake, because so far, 117 Not Found. It was only Karma that went down up against Charn.
All right. Well, I believe it was in China SPS that Train actually got a game-winning kill, which I never thought that I would see. It was actually pretty avoidable too. I'm not.
Yeah, he was looking at it. He was like, looking right at it.
He could have just hopped up onto the little hop-up thingy on the side, but he's like, "No, I'm faster than the train." No, you're not faster than the train. The train is very, very fast and very powerful, and it will win every single time.
He thought he was an immovable object, but unfortunately the train is just going to be right there for the momentum. But speaking of, again, when it comes to Express, now we talked about Animus's side when it comes to this map, but talking about Mont's type of run here as well. So they were able to take a 6 and 8 up against Kings, which is definitely going to be impressive, but everyone was kind of saying that maybe Kings wasn't really that, taking the game seriously. But let's see for now what kind of adjustments Mont has made, especially with that win and meltdown yesterday.
All right, it is going to be Mont on the defense to start. Rasmo getting pushed up early right here. Seems like he's got the information, but not going to be able to get the shot to connect. Shark gets pushed up early into Train right here. That has got to be dealt with for Mont. And it looks like Etsy's going to be able to make his way on up. Boot looking to drop a nade over the top right there. Not going to connect. They don't realize Daytel's already hopped up. Terrible timing for Boot, but he gets away with his life. Daytel turns. Shark's going to drop right there, and now the 2 players in top tower have to deal with the 3 remaining right here for Mont.
Comps from Mont was just absolutely insane. That was lightning quick, and that's what we need to see from the defense. And what we already mentioned a while ago, that Mont is a good defensive team when it comes to S&D. And now they need to capitalize on that and get every single defensive round number 6. And eventually when it does go in for that offensive side, and maybe they can avoid some of those mistakes. But now Mont does a phenomenal job at doing a really fast push into that A side.
Very shaky start for Animus, but they head on over to the A side once again. This time, Rasmo playing the outside of the trains. Still looking for that pick. Nobody giving him an opportunity, and Shark getting pushed up early on once again. That was one of the big reasons they were able to play the way that they were against Kings yesterday. Rasmo's got to connect on that shot, and probably not a repeat coming through right here. Gathilia drops first blood for Mont once again.
Daytel gets the first blood. That's the second time in a row. But take a look at player number 4 from Animus. That's going to be Rasmo going in for the long ramp here in Arrivals, and that will probably be dangerous coming up against Etsy. He has no idea whatsoever that play is going to be right there. So far, though, so good for both of these teams. It's still a 4v3 situation, still very doable for Animus to possibly go for the plant.
Shark and Rasmo looking to lurk through these side buildings. Narcs is actually going to hit the shot, but Rasmo hits the second. Just like that, they've got the man advantage. Make it 2 as Rasmo looking for the final kill to clean this one up. Jay left with 3 Animus players to deal with on this side, and the crossbow connects for Rasmo.
If you're Mont, you cannot lose those gunfights. I mean, when it comes to those quick scopes, Rasmo is just so good, always connects, and looking like a lack of communication from Mont on that end, where Animus was able to go in for a full rotation back in Arrivals and was able to get those numbers down. If you're Mont, you just settle down. All you have to do is sit back and wait for the plant.
Rasmo feeling confident with the Locust in hand, finds one. Shark thought that he saw another, but I believe his teammate... No, Zeze does sneak through, gets traded out by Gathilia, and quickly left down to Daytel as the quickscopes do not stop, and that was the crossbow once again for Rasmo.
He loves the crossbow. He was using it yesterday like a madman, and now he wants to bring it up here. Great start coming in from Animus in those last 2 rounds. I feel like the first one, they were kind of just shaky. They were kind of just testing the waters. Down A doesn't work out for them, so Bravo is definitely going to be our answer back. So far, Mont still needs to find an answer. Etsy, Jace gets one apiece. Daytel as well, and now it's all just blue all across the board.
All down to Narcs very, very quickly right here. Not going to be able to connect for the opener as well. And so much of what they've been able to do so far has been carried by the First Bloods from Rasmo. When he gets taken down early, they have not had a great response. And I thought Narcs was going to get spotted out right there, but Daytel not going to have eyes on him. Fortunately, Etsy is. Just like that, Mont equalized to 2-2.
Good adjustment coming from Mont. I mean, Animus tried to go in more for that alpha pursuit in the first few rounds. That didn't work out for them, so B, they won that first attacking round in B. And the fact that Mont was able to adjust so well, it's gonna be close, I can tell you that.
Ooh, Rasmo has the angle, but he actually misses that one. Very uncharacteristic for the way that he's been playing so far, but the bomb making its way up to that A side once again. Only one player left to defend. It's Etsy with eyes on. Nice little flank out of Daytel right here, but not going to be enough for him to find a kill, and the bomb goes down. Now the pressure on for Mont as they fail to find any of those opening kills. Nice positioning for Etsy, but nobody peeking that window, and right now the Animus players will remain tucked away. Rasmo spots one out. Same for Shark, continues to rain terror, and just like that, it's all down to Zeze in a 1v5 up against an Animus squad, well positioned over toward that bomb site. No real chances. Narcs takes him down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
That gunfight from Daytel would have been big if he actually was able to take out that one player from Animus. That would have been Rasmo. And like what you mentioned already, every time that Rasmo gets that first pick, which he did that round, it's just going to be terrible for Mont. And so far, it is going to be Rasmo's call if Animus is going to win it. But for Mont, needs to find an adjustment to shut him down early.
Rasmo continuing to play that mid lane. Nobody wants to chow this time for Mont, and Rasmo is just an absolute... I gave him some crap before for using the crossbow as much as he did, but he's a freaking demon with it. All down to Jace once again. This time 1v2, a little more manageable, but does get spotted out there, and that should be the information that the Animus players need. Fast wrap back to B, looking to find the plant here. Narcs on the back side might get spotted out. Jace, it seemed like he was going to make a little bit of noise. Both players wrapped to the bottom side. This could be an easy first blood, but he can't quite connect for the kill. This time the smoke's going to go out, and he's just praying for a miracle right here. Does spot out Narcs on the opposite side, but Shark plays it perfectly.
Shark played that smoke to his advantage and just disrespected it. Went all the way back behind, and that could have been an Animus loss. And that is playing your numbers to your advantage. Although that's going to be a really good effort coming in from Mont to try and clutch up that 1v2. But for now, Animus has been successful at going in for that alpha push in the last 2 rounds. And the fact that Mont is not able to kind of respond to that so far is they're having a hard time. That Rasmo, speaking of, gets a kill. That's the opener that they needed.
And Etsy could even see the laser, but that's just how good Rasmo is. Doesn't need an advantage. He just needs a couple of pixels to work with. Couple kills off the start for each team. Nice little snap by Narks. Takes down another, and the Mont players are now dropping like flies. That's 3 rounds in a row for Animus, and a strong offensive start for them right here. Or rather, defensive start for them, as Mont still looking for their opening.
And usually when it comes to attacking Alpha, you'd have just a little bit of time to get that information down, but Mont just went in there with no util whatsoever, or even if they did, just did not listen to whatever information COD actually gave them. But now though, it is going to be evened up, 3-3, as one person coming in from Animus far away, that's Narks. But it's a good thing that he does go in for more of a push down, but Mont will go for departures and try to go in for the long wraparound, but Narks should give that information to his team.
Yeah, Rasmo knows exactly where they're going. Boot up in a nasty position. Should be able to catch at least one of these Mont players. Does exactly that. Fahim drops. Another player going to try to take him down, but Etsy didn't stand a chance. And now all down to Jay. Can't win that one either. And Boot untouchable in that round.
There's a snake in his boot. And he's stepping it up right now. 8 to his name, and usually it's Boot that's kind of having a hard time in these games, but what a way to actually step it up this time around. 6-2, match point. And now for Mont, he's having such a terrible time with the attack, but that push going in from Animus is going to give them just basically a lot of space to defend.
Tiniest bit more patience for Etsy, and might have been able to find a kill through the smoke there. Once again, forced back in a lot of early mid-map control as Shark gets pushed up all the way onto the offensive side. He's got to be dealt with, and I don't think anybody realizes he's there. Rasmo, one of his few misses in this one, but once again, Animus keep pushing further and further up to make these Mont players uncomfortable. Boot, maybe a little bit over-aggressive, taken down. Same for Shark, and suddenly the opening. The patience has paid off for Mont right here as they now opt to wrap back toward that B side.
Looking like the passive play is working out for Mont, knowing very well that Animus wants to end this round and getting a little bit antsy. A 3v5 for Mont, still trying to get that information down, who's going to be here in Bravo, and so far they only have to worry about that one player, but he will be busy going up against Jay.
They get the bomb down right here. All the pressure on for the 3 Animus players to retake. Rasmo's still running around with that crossbow. Gathilia finds the opener. The defense has been softened. Narks looking for info, but Jay spots him out. And now Rasmo, with some info of his own, is going to be able to make it to the high ground. Gathilia finds one, but he is the lone man standing against the 3 remaining Mont players. Game's looking pretty good, but the round is not. Zay, nasty spot up top. Not going to be easy to spot out. Daytel going to get taken down, but Zay there for the trade. And Mont stay alive in this one.
They still have a long way to go if they want to reach it into overtime. So far, though, for Animus, no need to over-push. You are going to be on the defensive side, just waiting for Mont. Try to get that information down because you are at an advantage, but they wanted to end that early. So far, though, fast push going into Bravo from both of these teams, and looking like the smoke, Animus not gonna respect it at all.
Not one bit, and Shark makes his way in the elevator right there, spots out 1, make it 2, should be able to make it 3, but Zay's there for the trade. He's gonna be in an off position though that gives Rasmo an angle to find the kill, and now all down to Etsy to save the game. Does find the opener, but needs a 1v3 to clutch up the round. Does have the bomb in hand as well, so he can go whatever direction he wants to. And looking like he's going to lurk all the way up through those train tracks. Just watch out for the train.
I'm getting war flashbacks right now, but it actually is very smart for Animus to go on this side of the map because they thought, okay, the bomb is for sure going to be there in departure, so there's no way he can cross over up top unless he's going to snake over through. But unfortunately for them, Gathila's not going to get that information. The timing not going to be on his side, but they are just going to stick together. And so far, the angles for Animus going to be right. But with Etsy having the Kilo 141 in his hand, with the plant going down, Animus should have an easy time trying to go in there for the defuse.
They know exactly where he should be. Etsy gonna back up a little bit. They split up. Gothillia isolates, and now an opportunity for him, and it's a 1v3 for Etsy. Mont hopes stay alive here in the search and destroy, and he plays that as clinically as possible. And I can't believe with the way they were playing corners together, why all of a sudden do you opt to split up? Just play together, find the kill. They isolate and open up the door.
Heroics coming in from Etsy. 7 to his name. And now a fast push coming into Alpha. Etsy, speaking of, gets an essential pick. Shark is going to go down. And as they're trying to slowly make their way in through office, trying to clear out all the angles right, this should be an open plan, especially when they pop the smoke.
As long as Fahim's there to control that train, no easy avenues for Animus to make their way through. He's going to be able to get the bomb down here. The one player already down for Animus. Shark is not somebody you want to lose early. Boot and Avenue to hop over top right here. Spots out one. Gets the damage, not the kill. Jay forced back though. Map control looked like it was starting to form for Animus, but they do lose one player right there in Gothillia. Boot going big once again. He has been phenomenal in the search and destroy, and one by one they fall once again. Zay's got to get into position to watch the bomb, but he can't make the play, and Animus still find a way to close out the game.
But, I mean, way to give us exciting S&D games, but they're just so having like a difficult time just closing it out. Man, I mean, that's definitely going to be on Etsy's highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, that huge individual play right there, but once again, the team play looking like it needs some improvement, and Mont maybe not quite as strong on the Express Search and Destroy as we had originally anticipated. Might be able to attribute that largely to Kings not taking that one all that seriously. So they now have a Crossroads strike up ahead, where Animus just completely dismantled Kings, a 3-1 victory. And you got to feel like they got to pull out all the stops to make it happen here. Obviously, consistency across the board for Mont, but nobody with a really big pop-off performance. We had that one nice 1v3 out of Etsy, but outside of that, nobody's stepping up in a big way to make things happen.
And Animus, even when it comes to having the numbers disadvantage, still able to kind of just slow things down, especially here. Rasmo was just so nasty with his snipes. Everything was just connecting for him, and every single time that Mont just did not have any answer for that. Etsy, on the other hand, I feel like he just heated up a little bit too late when it comes to the matchup, and like what we mentioned already, it's that defensive side that they could have just gotten a lot of those numbers down. They did have a pretty good opener, but unfortunately, Rasmo just with those first bloods was unstoppable.
Yeah, he was nasty with it, getting kills with the sniper, the crossbow. He can do it all. He's definitely one of those players that when he is hot, he is pretty much untouchable, and we saw that there in the Search and Destroy. So heading into the Control, I anticipate he's going to be a player that has a big role once again, has been phenomenal as that anchor AR for this Animus squad, and especially holding down the high ground positions and keeping these objectives clear should be an easy avenue for another big game for him. We'll see what he can do right here, as it is going to be Mont on the offense to start.
Now, what you need is to get that top fire control to just get a hold of those spawns down from Mont. You need to try to find a way to stop the push from Animus and make him spawn into that right side of the map. So far, though, 3 players coming in from Alpha, essentially getting majority of the points down, majority of the kills, and second tick of progress down, but Gothilla spamming that Holger is just a little bit too much for them.
Having a tough time finding eyes on the objective. Fahim's going to make his way on over to the B side as well, and he's going to continue to lock in time right here. Animus have got to get in position to contest, and Shark has multiple different players that he's got to deal with before he's able to take him down. Animus keeping the lives even, and they avoid getting too many objectives captured, but Rasmo shut down. Gothillia has to go big as they look to apply that spawn pressure early, and looks like the mid-map control looking strong for Animus as they look to push through.
And a pesky little rat right there in the form of Shark is going to be getting a lot of these kills down, but it's a good thing that Etsy able to get rid of him, and now it's still even when it comes to the lives. Third tick of progress here in Alpha. So far, though, no one has a solid hold when it comes to those anchoring spots. It's just a back and forth, and what I'd like to see from Mont is that they're actually able to stop any kind of spawn trap that Animus is trying to set up.
Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job of countering a J-Say big gunfight win. Maybe not the best spot for the hunter-killer drone right there. Could have played your life a little bit more. Animus have got to sit back right here and not get over-aggressive. Yes, you want to maintain that mid-map control, but you can't play in the game plan of Mont, and that kill is going to be a huge opener for Etsy. One player already onto the objective, and no way to peek out that backside window. Somebody's got to find a way to break through, and you got to do it quickly. Narks doesn't see the player inside the corner, but he gets the kill anyway. Huge one, but they've got to get their way into that window, and Daytel's final couple of kills should be enough to seal the round for Mont right here.
That is going to be nice kills from Mont on the attack. Not just that, they're getting the OBJ as well. And the fact that they're stopping the push from Animus every single time, they're able to put 2 players in catwalk, and that actually disallows Animus to go and crossover and potentially go for a spawn trap. And that is just beautiful response coming in from Mont.
That was absolutely clinical. You get the top side of mid lockdown, you get 1 player onto the objective, and as long as you don't allow anybody else into that second mid building, there's no way that Animus have a way of clearing things out. So now Animus have to fire back as they give up an early offensive round to this Mont squad, and Mont start off this one with the life lead as well.
But coming in from Mont, I mean, you have Fahim right there to try and control those spawns. Animus, though, goes away. It's a good thing that he backs up just a little bit. But when it comes to the life count, Mont still has it, yes, but 2 in between is just not going to be enough for you to be comfortable. And speaking of, Shark able to kind of retaliate, possibility to get that 3rd one. There you go, speaking of. And now it's going to be evened out when it comes to the lives, and the A objective is going to be slowly being captured. But take a look at your minimap. Player number 1, Fahim, applying so much pressure on that spawn trap, gets 2.
If you're Mont, you've got to clear out Shark. You can't let him stay inside this close spawn building. That's the A objective captured, and he's just going to continue to be pesky, playing those off angles and keeping things clear to allow those OBJ players to get pushed up. Now sitting on 7 in a row right now. Doesn't realize somebody's hopped up, but he nearly gets the kill anyway. Trades are there for Animus as well. Lives are even, but streaks to work with, and you get booed on the objective. That was a crucial gunfight. Had he won that one, might have been an easily winnable round, but the Sparrow taken down by the Pred missile in the hands of Shark, and Zay nearly finds the turn.
Fahim and Zay have been doing a phenomenal job at getting those high impact kills. Fahim going in for the spawn trap. Fahim also clearing out Bravo to take out the objective of Animus. So far though, Shark with the Sparrow is gonna be really bad for them. A 4 and 8. 1 minute on the clock, that's still a lot of time, and now Animus looking like on the offensive side, having a better time.
I don't know that I love that Sparrow play. Yes, you guarantee the round, but they were already in a solid spot and had so much time to work with. Why not work with what you can't get back? They do take the round right there, but only 3 operators now for Animus as they tie things up and head back to the defensive side. You've got to have stronger mid-map control. That is ultimately what earned Mont that first round.
As for both of these teams, they're just having a very difficult time when it comes to defense, so maybe that's when you'll see some of the score streaks from Animus go down. And speaking of, we do get to see Erasmo pull it all out, gets a beautiful kill, essentially Guthil as well with those long-range engagements. And Narc, speaking of, going in for that operator control, the Purifier going to be able to get rid of Daytel inside of that hill, and so far it's still yellow all across the board.
I don't hate the Purifier pull for Narcs, but definitely put himself in a really risky spot and ends up giving it up a lot earlier than he needs to. Rasmo trying to get one of these sides cleared out, but he needs some assistance. They're stacking the objective, and they've got players on both. If you're Animus, you've got to get pushed up. You got to clear things off, and it looks like they're going to be able to win this in a matter of seconds on the objective unless we see the kills come through, and I don't think it's going to happen. Fahim's still on the B objective, and Animus just have not had an answer on defense. Finally, players sneak on through. Gathili is going to drop the Pred, but a very small margin of error.
Fahim just brings out the Predator missile, I feel like at the wrong time, unfortunately for him. Zay though brings out a Predator of his own. 21 lives to 13 and still 2 minutes to play with 1 tick of progress here in Bravo, and Mont did a phenomenal job at that split push and just putting that pressure in catwalk, not allowing Animus to cross over. That mid presence is definitely impressive. Buta on the other hand wins essential gunfights but will be caught by 2 players from Mont. And they're just going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie. And so far, where's the comms? Boot has been there for such a long time now.
And it seems like the game plan for Mont is just keep chucking bodies at the hill, but you are feeding into Animus right now, and one by one they fall. You've still got the life advantage, but it's not going to remain very long with the gameplay that you've shown so far and trying to get back to B. You got to sit back and play passive. Really, if you're either team right here, a couple big kills for Rasmo. Not going to be able to find the third, but Cathilia pops the Annihilator right here, and this is the play. One player hops on the objective. JC can't win the gunfight. The life lead has disappeared completely. Shark's there to find another, and what seemed to be a guaranteed round for Mont is disappearing before their eyes as Cathilia finds another. Into the 4v3 we go.
Why are you pushing one by one, going into that Bravo control, and now Animus with the life lead. Rasmo tries to go and finish that kill, a 1v3, but no, a very winnable round coming in from Mont. Unfortunately for them, just drops the spaghetti, and now there's a mess all over the floor.
Wow, that, you had, what, 5 captured objectives and a 5 or 6 life lead at the beginning of that, and just throw every single life away. And I get that you're so close to winning. It's like, well, we get one player on, then we can take the win. But so many missed opportunities, and that's exactly what happened for Zidium up against this Mont squad yesterday. So seeing it the other way around, a little bit surprising, but obviously Animus, a very different beast. Now, nice push up for Zay right here. He's got the Purifier in hand. Mid-map control is all there for Mont, and they take the life lead early on as well, but Narc's going to be able to sneak up early. And Cathilia trying to clear out that corner, gets the information. Jay goes prone, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And just like that, Animus had pushed up and applied some pressure.
Daytail, though, with the Sparrow, tries to apply that pressure down, but then does get traded out by Boot with the Preddy. And now they're trying to go in for that mid-map control, and one player has sneaked away. That's Narcs with the Purifier, playing the angles to perfection so far, and now he is going to be getting a lot of these kills, sustaining the fact that he will be getting that majority of the time, but he does get traded out by Daytail. And so far, there's still no kind of progress on both of these teams, but that alpha flag slowly being captured.
I'm going to assume that was a POV or an FOV issue for Boot, because it seemed like a pretty doable kill. Nice little double for Rasmo. We anticipated he was going to play a big role for Animus, and now looking like they're starting to put a gap in this one as they look to put things away early. Boot just has a couple HP to deal with on Fahim. I thought he saw him around the corner. Not going to be in a spot to get the kill, though, and that's going to be huge for Mont to at least keep their hopes alive, but with only 4 lives remaining, they've got to put up a miracle of a defense here.
And now you could draw a line with how Animus has been pushed up. They've been playing this so well. Boot gets a kill, 1v8. And it's going to be so difficult for ZZ to try and clutch this up, close to impossible, as he's finally just staying there without even giving a fight. A 3-0 for Animus right now up against this Mont squad. But, I mean, that crossroads strike could have been close, man.
Yeah, and that was very, very winnable on multiple fronts for Mont. Not only did they take an early round, but that second offense was right there for the taking, and they just end up throwing it away just in a manner of carelessness. I think ultimately they seemed so confident that they could get a player on the objective that they didn't care about doing it strategically. Animus played the defense to perfection, and they do find a way to take that one. Is across the board consistent performance out of the Animus squad. Rasmo +8, or make that +10 actually, and they come out on top and remain undefeated here in EU.
What a way to start the day. 3-0s all across the board, and like we kind of said that it is a 3-0 day. Might be fast, who knows? But so far, Animus just proving to everyone that under pressure they can do so well. Even though Mont had signs of life in early rounds, they just could not close it out.
Glitter, thoughts?
I feel like Animus continues to look smoother and smoother with each play day. I feel like they look like they're gelling more as a unit, and we heard Githila say a couple times now when we've spoken to him in the interviews that he felt like they just needed a little bit of that extra time to really get there, and they improve every single week. And now they have just continued to solidify their spot at the top. And we had talked about this before the show. Now I'm very interested to see what happens once Animus and 117 go head to head.
Match.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, we already saw it in stage 3, and the results were surprising. 117, or at least to me, they were surprising to see 117 come out on top. Not that we thought 117 was a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, but I think most people widely considered Animus to be the #2 team in Europe. At this point, they could be the #1 team. 117 could be #2. They could be #1. Kings may have just had a bad day. Maybe they're still #1. Nobody really knows right now.
It's just that close, all right? But we've got an opportunity here to bring Gothilla back on yet again because of these flawless performances back on the show.
Guys, I'm back every week.
You might as well just come join us on the sofa at this point.
You can take shifts.
If I can, I would like to join you.
I'm going to remember that, because then when this ends up in finals or something, or we're at a desk at LAN, I'm dragging you up with us if that's the case.
It's okay for me.
You heard it here. All right. Anything you want to ask and talk about here?
At this point, we're just running out of questions to ask you, man. I mean, at this point, I think I'm just going to be saying, how do you make your beard look so good? I'm just joking. But you can answer that too if you like. I have a follow-up. I swear.
Thank you. I don't have secret, and it's just
Medics.
medics. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you.
In all seriousness, that game in Summit looked very shaky up against Mont. How did you guys eventually kind of find your pace at the end of it?
I think it was just about the start. We didn't take the good gunfight. They did a better start, and they take the power position. After we wake up. But yeah, we just did a bad start. We were a little bit tired. I don't know.
All right. I mean, that's understandable. You had a pretty big match up against Kings last night, so kind of natural to be tired after something like that. You guys had another really big bounce back, I think, especially in that second round, on the second time you were on defense in the Crossroads strike. It looked like it should have been a fully winnable round for Mont. They had, what, 5 objectives captured in the first probably 50 seconds of the round. What type of adjustments did you guys make to be able to bounce back and clutch that one up?
I think we know we were late on the kill, so on the kill feed. So I just say maybe like we have to spawn trap. We have to play aggressive. We have to take the top, the bottom in their spawn. I think I remember I played my annihilator. I think I got my annihilator. Another player got his operator. So we just take the important kill and we come back. But it was cleaner. It was cleaner this round. We back to back really fast. So it's perfect.
All right, well, now final question for me. It's down to the point where it's just you guys and 117 at the top, undefeated. You will have to face each other again.
I know.
So what does the prep for that look like?
I think we play against them for the last day. So we have like 2 weeks to set up this match. And I don't know, we're gonna watch the VOD, their match, of course. And we're gonna set up well. I don't have secret, just train, try to counter them on SND with the good strategy, and that's all.
I'm excited to see that matchup. I think everybody's excited to see that matchup. But I mean, congratulations on yet another win. I'm sure we'll see you back here soon, right?
I hope. See you Saturday, huh? Next Saturday.
All right. Well, thanks for jumping on and chatting.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. Oh man, just like I said, I think he's a regular now.
I know. I wonder if we're gonna be ever interviewing another Animus member. That would be good. Not saying that we don't want Gothilla here, but I mean the guy is just answering his questions so well,
right? At this point, it's like media training. Good to go. We'll take a look back at the standings just to see that performance there reflected now in our leaderboard. Animus at the top at 4-0. Now 117 will have an opportunity later on today to match that undefeated status, but that's going to be at the end. All right. So we'll keep our eyes on this leaderboard, see how things are shifting and moving around, because match number 2 is going to be right around the corner. Before we get there, it's time for a short break, and when we return, Zidium versus Exclusive. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, everybody. We've just completed our first match of the second day of week 2 of the challenge, and we are now looking towards our second match of the day. Zidium versus Exclusive. Lots of firsts and seconds there to keep track of because we've had lots of COD Mobile action already so much in the season. Once today is done, we are at the halfway point of the season. I can't believe it's flown by this quickly already. But let's start talking about this the second match, Zidium versus Exclusive. How do you think this one's going to go?
Man, both of these teams had a beat down yesterday, so they need to have a boost of morale and not get that loss into their heads and possibly have a really bad game. They need to have that confidence back, but when it comes to the gameplay of Exclusive, obviously it's going to be really difficult up against 117 Not Found yesterday, as they are pegged one of the best teams here in Europe, but this is a very experienced team. So the fact that they went down in that manner, they need to fix something in the last 24 hours that they did have that. So I don't know. Let's see what happens here.
We've already seen this matchup before in Stage 3, and it was not very pretty for Zidium. 250, 176 on the Arsenal Hardpoint for Exclusive, 6-1 in the Meltdown Search and Destroy for Exclusive, and 3-0 in the Control Strike. So heading into this one, I think the best hope for Zidium is momentum. They do have one win in the last couple of matches, whereas Exclusive have dropped back-to-back matches. With that being said, it's against two of the top three teams, and I think the big question here is how big is that gap between the top three and the rest of the competition? I think we're going to find out based off how Exclusive handles this one.
All right, well, we're going to get the vetoes up here in just a second so we can start seeing how those picks and bans went and if that's going to affect the potential gameplay of our two teams here. How are you feeling about these picks here, Mommy?
Ooh, okay, we're gonna start things off with Takeoff, and so far when it comes to Takeoff, Zidium did play this up against Panic in a pretty decent way. 250 and 218 is gonna be that score line, and the good thing for them is Exclusive had a very difficult time here up against King, so I feel like that is the best case scenario if you are Zidium.
Bobby?
Yes, they had trouble against Kings, but they also kind of wiped the floor with Mont on Takeoff as well. And I would say, based on what we've seen, yes, Mont and Panic have both had their struggles, but I do feel like Mont has been the stronger team between the two. So once again, I do feel like we got to give somewhat of an edge to Exclusive. If there's going to be an opportunity for Zidium to take a map, it's definitely got to be hoping that you get the Tunisia Search and Destroy through, but that's not going to happen either. So now we're sent back to maybe a little bit of a 50-50 in the standoff search, and that could potentially be a door opening for Zidium.
All right, I like it. I like it. This could be one of the closer matches that we have on the day today, so let's just keep this show rolling. All right, I'll send you guys back over to the other half of the studio so we can kick off match number 2.
Oh man, I'm gonna get so many steps in today.
I know, right?
Going back and forth.
Getting our cardio down, and like what we mentioned already with the map picks and bans, like with Takeoff is looking very shaky for Zidium, and they're not looking like the best hardpoint matchup. But also for Exclusive, they seem like they're also struggling when it comes to hardpoint. But they did go up against Kings and 117 Not Found in the last 2 days that they played here so far. So obviously,
yeah, it's just really difficult to evaluate for Exclusive. Once again, like we said, how big is that gap between the top three and the rest of the competition? I think if we see a convincing win out of Exclusive, a 3-0 here, I think that shows just how strong the top three are, and it also is going to show it's going to be really difficult for anyone else to break into that top three. Obviously, it is top 4, which means it could potentially be anyone's game for that final spot. But right now, Exclusive looking to bounce back. Right now, Creed looking to lock in some high ground control spots. Out Creed on the opposite side, but that's a big opening gunfight win.
so far Zidium wanted to go and set up for that control room 2F generator side, and it did not work out for them, as you did see that Veer was right there waiting for them, and now they don't have any choice but to go in for scaffolding side instead, and they are getting the points down so far.
Well, Rondo logging in the time. Somebody has got to deal with Creed over in that top red side. Denisio a little bit delayed on the push across. Still back and forth on the inside of the hard point. Nobody wants to hop on in. A risky spot to be on P1. But a solid feed coming through for Zidium. Veer fires back. We talked about him being one of the players to watch for this Exclusive squad. Not the best performance the last couple of days, but maybe a little bit of a confidence builder heading into this one. Neil actually finds a kill with the trophy system there as well. but still neither team getting any sizable amount. And first rotations are through for Zidium in the top side.
And speaking of Neil, he has been stepping it up ever since the past few days. So it's really nice to see that, but everyone else needs to do their job as well. But now we do get to see the rotations down. Who's going to be getting that first set of points? And now here in P2, we do get to see that Zidium and Exclusive are fighting for either side of the map. The pinch might come through coming in from Zidium if we do get to see player number 4. Denicio losing that gunfight, unfortunately. So that's going to allow the rest of Exclusive, that flank, to try and control this point.
Shots looking shaky for Genius. Couple little zigzags in there that opened up an opportunity for Exclusive to build some early map control here on P2. Kree from the low ground going to be able to lock down 1. But yet to get anybody inside the hardpoint in balance. It's not a pretty gunfight, but it's one that he wins regardless. Genius in the top side locking in some time for Zidium, and as the spawns do flip, Exclusive out of position, but they find the break on through. Long rotation for them, though. Big gunfights between number 1s on both teams. Kree and Neil, it is going to be Kree taking him down right there. And even despite the early rotation, solid setup here for Exclusive.
And now for Zidium, they try to go in there for basically just putting a line through control room, trying to stop the push coming in from Exclusive, but unfortunately for them, they did not go through that route. And now sending so much bodies in that direction just did not do them any favors, as Kree, the lone person there in P3, then that early setup did not work out for them. Looking like that spawn control, instead of that OBJ control, was more of a valuable piece for them, but Veer having that beautiful double with a Preddy just clears out a lot of the players from Zidium.
That was a massive feed, and that's going to be a Sparrow taken down as well, not knowing Veer's in that corner. Zidium losing a lot of utility off of this. They find the break on in, but it looks like players for Exclusive still spawning on the close side and could potentially play for the scrap time right here. Kree locking it down, able to take out 1. Balance is there, though. He's turning and burning. That's going to be scrap time for Exclusive, and the battle toward P4 is underway already. Genius take out the scrap time for Zidium, but a little bit of a late play, and right now Exclusive in position to lock in some more big time.
And now we do get to see Zidium trying to win the rotational gunfight going into next, and so far the pinch ensues. We do get to see those two players trying to win those gunfights, but it's still Balance winning those a lot of the time. Brings out the Sparrow as well, so the defense is going to be solid. Zidium need to find a way to stop Balance in his track, and so far he's still alive.
Kree has got to get into a position where he's going to be able to find some impact kills. He's just sitting up in that top side, and as the spawns flip out, that puts that much more pressure onto Zidium. 1 player up top still yet to be dealt with. Storm going to be able to get shots onto 1. Elkhart comes out for another kill there, but Champy's going to be there for the trades. Exclusive, once again, finding that break back in, even on these big pushes out of Zidium. Right now, Storm with the last-ditch effort to try to find some scrap time here. He's going to get shut down, and Exclusive more than doubling up on this Zidium squad early.
Only Rondo has an operator to play with here for Zidium, and you're expecting for Exclusive, they're already kind of just bringing out possibility to fill up those operators as well. And now, for Exclusive, they're just having a really good time when it comes to, number 1, winning those gunfights outside of the hill, but also going fast enough to go in for that OBJ. Unlike what we've seen from Zidium so far, where they're getting kills, but it's not high-impact, game-changing wins.
There's a lot of these gunfights that are just straight up going wrong for Zidium. Like, they're getting the early shots, but they're just not connecting, and it seems like that's been a difference so many of the times. Balance not going to spot out the player peeking out from high ground. Genius looking to push on through as he does clear off the objective, but Veer there to hop on once again. And those players in the high ground positions have got to be able to clear off the objective to make life a little bit easier for their SMGs. Balance going to find another big 2-piece. He's been doing that time and time again in this one, and sitting on 21 kills to lead the way as Exclusive still get the bigger portion of the hard point time back on P1.
And now as the rotation is going to go for next, and Exclusive still winning those gunfights, man. And so far, it's actually Exclusive now winning those 1v1s. And now as we do get to see that Zidium is going to be spawning off all across the map, no control whatsoever from both of these teams as they're trying to go set up for spawn control and OBJ control as well. Neil goes in there with the Purifier. Really beautiful way to flush out all of the players from Zidium. And that's going to be a huge score streak for them to have a very solid hold here so far.
Right now, it just feels like there's more exclusive players on the map. I know it's a 5v5, but it seems like at every turn, the Zidium players are being surrounded and have not had an answer as exclusive. Now sit up 120 points in a matchup where we felt like it could at least be close for Zidium. They have looked lost here and are still struggling to find any type of map control. Veer in the backside not letting anyone through as they're looking to pick up every single possible second of scrap time. Genius shut down there, and Zidium going to be forced to run away, licking their wounds and hope that they can find a full 60 here on P3.
Krieg gets denied of that War Machine, and now for Zidium, them pushing in one by one, going in for those engagements, those 1v2 engagements, it's just not working out for them. And not just that, they're losing the spawn fight as well, as no one actually has a solid hold of generators, even though you only have like a few steps right there, especially for play number 4, that's Denisio. Loses that gunfight for Zidium though, but it's a good thing that he still kind of stays alive and essentially just brings the rest of his players down, but they do lose that essential gunfight here in generators.
Couple big time kills at the end of that hard point did force Zidium players to spawn out, but the 3 on the objective are able to keep things locked down. They've got to go big with the operators in hand. It looks like the Sparrow already taken down. Denisio gonna earn a pred right there as well. And they're locking in solid time right here. Reinforcements from the backside in position. And Exclusive having a tough time closing this one out. Veer gonna pop the Annihilator. Denisio is going to be there to take down one. And Zidium continue to lock in the hardpoint time as Veer not really in a spot to make an impact with that operator.
So far though, Preddy being used, and Denisio does not get anyone. Veer gets a big double coming in from the Annihilator, stops the push here on Generator's side, and that allows Zidium to just keep spawning off in that area. And you already know that Veer knows very well that there's going to be majority of Zidium right there. So far though, one-dimensional push going in from the front side from Zidium. So far, no response whatsoever. 52 seconds on the clock and Exclusive with 2:11 already on the scoreboard.
Genius gets a big pinch kill right there. He's going to put pressure on the backside, wins one before getting traded out. But once again, it's Exclusive controlling the hard point, and the trying to push in from the front side can be punishing. Veer with the pred should be able to get at least 2, might be able to get 3, and just like that, the whole wave is wiped out for Zidium as they have one last member looking to push on in. Denisio shut down. And trying to make a solo front side break onto P4 is never going to be a good idea, especially against a team that's as skilled as Exclusive is. They are going to take the win on this one as one final player breaks on in for Zidium. That's going to be enough to lock in the win for Exclusive.
Zidium just lacked the comms, and why they were going in there one by one, I'm not quite sure. Maybe they were feeling the pressure, and that's why their gameplay was just not that good here. Not only that, they were kind of having a hard time when it comes to anchoring down those spawns to kind of dictate where they're going to be spawning off to.
Yeah, and even though Veer, I feel like, did pop his Annihilator a little bit early, those last couple of shots are really what forced back the push from Zidium and forced them to spawn on that front side and put them in a spot where they were going to have to hit a crazy flank to find a break. And like you said, it seemed like they just really didn't have the patience on that final P4 to be able to formulate anything out of it, just continuing to try to force it from the front, and it's never going to be a great option. Couple of solid fraggers getting some big hardpoint time as well for Exclusive, and I think the experience absolutely showed in a big way in that one.
Definitely, and coming in from Zidium, it actually showed in the first few hills already with how much they still need to kind of study this map of control and hardpoint, because they went for an early rotation from P2 to P3, but they only sent down one player, and they actually sent the rest of their players by control room, where they were expecting a full flood coming from Exclusive, but they were greeted by no one, and there were so many holes when it comes to that setup. So again, we kind of saw that they wanted to go rotate early, but again, they still need to go in for another play here.
Well, now we head to the Search and Destroy. I believe standoff Search and Destroy, probably the best chance for Zidium to be able to take a map. Obviously, none of the teams have been playing this a ton, but experience going to play a big factor, and this Zidium squad have been playing together, at least a few of them, for a while now. So we'll see what they can do heading into this one. I anticipate they're going to need their snipers to pop off once again, like they've been doing the past couple of matches in the Tunisia Search and Destroy. Obviously, it is going to be Denicio and I believe Storm, the two key players to watch on that end.
They've been doing a phenomenal job when it comes to those S&Ds and just stopping the push, especially in that Tunisia map. They tried their bestest in Meltdown, but obviously when it comes to the last 2 rounds that we saw up against a team like Mont, they just kind of faltered and they just had a very hard time closing up that S&D round. So now you're going up against an exclusive team, which is pegged to be one of the best S&D teams right now, but looking like they do have some holes when it comes to their play, especially that they lost their last 2 S&D rounds in the last 2 games.
They did lose the last 2 S&D rounds, but once again...
Who did they go up against?
117. Like, well, look at who Zidium beat. Look at who Exclusive lost to. It's tough to evaluate just because the two teams have had such different schedules so far. But it is going to be Zidium starting out on the offense right here, looking to dictate the pace early on. And probably going to need those snipers to find some early picks to open up the A side. If I had to guess, they're actually going to sit back on this one. Trophies are down. Not much of the utility connecting for either of the squads. And Neil not connecting on the backside either. He should be spotted out right here. How is he not? There's somebody right behind him. Hello, Cree. What are we looking at?
Exclusive gets punished for allowing Neil and Champy to push out, and so far, without any information, you can be losing a lot of those gunfights, but Veer loses that gunfight into backside. Genius gets a piece, and Balance as well gets the trade, and so far, so good for Zidium, but it was a careless push coming in from Exclusive, bringing Neil down, and him even getting a pick off, and Kree not seeing him is a big question mark, but also Champy over pushing by Grandmas. So pretty sure they're not going to be making the same mistake here in round number 2.
I think every one of those gunfights was careless. You have the one player that full pushes in the gas station with no information. Veer just jumping around with the Locust in hand. Like you said, Champy a little bit overextended as well this time. A little bit more reserved approach as Champy's going to be able to find first blood. Genius sitting back, locking down the gas station. And this time around, Neil going to sit back and play things a little more passive.
He will give that information, though, to his team that at least there's one player from Zidium right there at back alley by gas. And now they're just going to be staying put, although they are going to be having a more aggressive stance because once the Grandma push is going to come along, especially with Genius getting that pick, Exclusive might have a very difficult time being greeted by so many Zidium players.
Interesting that we have Kree rocking the AMAX. I'm curious what the game plan is with that one. Neil's going to be able to spot him out. Genius there for the trade, but it should still be man advantage for Exclusive as Champy does find Rondo. Now down to Genius and Storm. Storm not quite as impactful with the sniper in hand in this one, at least not so far. And a couple missed opportunities for him there as now they're in a rough spot. Bomb in hand for Genius, and that's going to be a big lurk for Storm to open things up.
And that is good info from Genius to give Storm giving it to Genius, but Veer is able to get rid of Storm. And now Genius going to go in for that back alley push, but Creed might be able to hear just those footsteps. Genius spots one, but then the trade-off is there, and Veer going to be quick to go in there for the trade. A 1-on-1 here for Exclusive and Zidium, and we already are seeing Exclusive just taking this round of Search and Destroy a little bit serious.
Yeah, that's realistically what the first round should have looked like. I'm not really sure if it was a lack of focus or maybe, once again, kind of underestimating your opponent, but much more fundamentally sound Call of Duty. And this time around, we're going to see a very similar look out of the Zidium squad, who definitely aren't looking to push the pace of this one. Hoping they can get lurkers pushed up to find some early picks, and especially with Genius in the spot that he is, could be an opportunity for them as well as Storm finding the early pick onto Veer.
And now we do get to see mid going to be really, really free because with Veer going down, there are just no eyes right there. We did have player number 4, though, coming in from Exclusive. That's Champy having a look up there. But as they're going to be repositioning to a more passive approach, that's the best thing you can do if you're going to be Exclusive, because you cannot afford to have one more man down.
Ooh, Neil missed the opportunity right there. Does not want to reach out over that tank. Heady, very, very risky spot. Storm going to back up as well.
The bomb.
But there's going to be Creed sniper in hand to take down Rondo. Trades on the opposite side. Still man advantage for Zidium. You got to clear out balance on this backside, but Genius finds Neil looking to find a third on the round. Deagle in hand. The headshot is clean. Now all down to balance. 1v3 as the bomb goes down to the B side.
Genius with the flank gets 3. That's beautiful timing on his end. There you go, gets his 4th, almost getting an ace. This guy has been pretty good here when it comes to this S&D, where we kind of saw him lack in that hard point. He's making it up for it right now. And even Rondo having a big struggle here so far with just having 0. And now Zidium doing a phenomenal job at applying that pressure at the right time. Dinicio finally getting an opening pick. That's going to create some space for Zidium right now.
And he's sticking with the AMAX, and it's actually working. Creed takes down Veer right there. Unfortunate timing for Storm. Not going to find the kill on Delhi, but he finds the information. Still one player in Cubby. They don't check at all. They don't check the inside corner, and it's nearly a double kill for balance. Fortunately, trades come through, but Champy's there for exclusive as well. Now looking to make a 1v2 happen, but Dinicio. Deagle shots are clean, and Zidium avoid disaster.
What a misplay coming in from Zidium that could have been so bad. The first thing to do is you check Cubby. That's the #1 thing you check when you're trying to go in for that alpha push, but instead, they turn a blind eye. You cannot make those mistakes down. You're not up against Mont anymore, and those mistakes will be capitalized by exclusive. And now, as they're going to be playing up a little bit more passively, Dinicio is smoked out. That is a really good adjustment from exclusive, knowing very well that Dinicio has been really good at those first opening frags.
Well, the bomb, once again, going to be in a fairly reserved spot inside Grandma's. That's going to be Rondo, still looking to find his first kill. Genius on 8 kills through the first 4 rounds. Looking to build on that as well. And once again, it's a passive approach for exclusive. It's just a question of can you execute, kind of read out this game plan for Zidium. Not a game plan that we've seen a whole lot when it comes to standoff, search, and destroy, but it's working for him so far.
And they're just going to be staying there exclusive in a very passive spot, but they are bringing 3 people in for that backside approach and back alley. That's going to be good defense for them. And they have all lanes covered. Balance going to be in a really good spot for an A hit. Mid, on the other hand, is going to have his eyes set. That's Creed. And now as the information goes out, they hear the smoke go pop out here in mid. And now they're expecting that A hit.
2 players get pushed up by Tractor right here. It's going to be a difficult push through. Creed's able to take down Balance. All down to Creed, but he drops as well. And now Champion Veer way in the back have to make some big plays. Veer's going to open up. Shots onto Dinicio, but Genius gets pushed up right here. Veer finds the trade, but it's a 1v2, will be in total a 1v4 if he can make it happen. But with only 33 seconds to work with, he's got to hit a god shot, and nobody on Zidium is going to be peeking that side. Even if he makes the push on through, they will be waiting from mid-street. It looks like maybe playing this a little bit too slowly. Fennec in hand, making his way all the way through, but there's too many different spots that he has to check. Slides the corner, they nearly line up. Risky play for Cree and Rondo as they could have been collided right there, but fortunately for them, he's not able to connect.
Bobby, we're at a 4-1. What is happening to exclusive right now? The passive approach is not happening for them. It's Zidium always going in there, just getting that information down, and we need to see a different kind of exclusive play at the moment. Mid is going to be smoked out. So far, though, no defense whatsoever at Alpha, and that also just allows player #3, that's Genius. He's been so pesky here in through Bravo Street.
They've just not been able to win the 50-50 gunfights over on Tractor, and Storm's going to find an opener once again. Trades left and right, but Genius being the lurker that he is. Just so many out-of-position kills to catch these exclusive players off guard, and once again, it's the passive players in Veer and Creed forced back into spawn to try to make something out of nothing. Creed nearly spotted out right there. He most definitely will be, and now all down to Veer in a 1v4.
And now Zidium will definitely have an easy time here, as Genius in a really good spot. Just get Veer. They're going to be playing around each other, though. There he makes his presence known, but he knows very well not to go in for the attack. And never mind, I take it back. Genius goes down to 3v1, and if it is going to be one player from Exclusive to try and clutch this up, it may as well be Veer. Flash gonna be right there in mid-street. No information whatsoever. The hit mark comes through, and Dinicio lucky enough to be on the better end of the scope.
Ready up.
Well. We knew if there's going to be an opportunity for Zidium to capitalize, it'd be in the search and destroy, and they have done exactly that. Genius now up to 10 kills on the board as we flip sides. And we'll see if the defense looks just as strong as the offense. Exclusive have not found a whole lot of success on the opening gunfights, but they do right there, and that could be the opening they need as 2 players for Zidium drop.
And now as they're waiting for that plant down, probably would have expected that there's so many bodies there that it would have been an A hit. And so far, Zidium loses another member. Kree goes down. And now you do get to see Exclusive just covering a lot of those lanes, and just you do have that flank watch in the form of Veer. And you only have 26 seconds to go in before the clock, and Rondo goes down. There is really nothing much the Storm can do.
Yeah, that's just a nasty heady to deal with, and they know exactly where to look. None of his shots connecting on that one, and a big bounce back round for Exclusive as they close the gap a little bit. Very, very solid opening, and the first bloods were everything for them as they get aggressive over on the A side.
Defend the objective.
Looking like the aggressive nature of Exclusive is finally coming out. And in that defensive side, they were a little bit too passive, and now looking like a similar approach here in Alpha. But we do get to see that it's Zidium bringing down 2 people. Balance plays the heady to his advantage, and Storm is going to be in a really big trap right now. But it's a good thing that Balance had to go and reload, and Storm goes away with his life.
Shots have just not been landing for Storm here on the defensive side. They allow so much room to be cleared out over on that tractor side. And now forced back, they still have to deal with Veer, who is lurking in an unusual spot for a sniper, but they have no idea where he is. But Rondo sniffs him out right there, and now an opening for Zidium. Creed does not get the better of that gunfight, and all down to the 2 remaining players. Creed wins another one, and it's Champy left standing. He's got eyes on that bomb, and he can play these boxes as long as possible. Is there a sniper on the opposite side? It is. Rondo with the sniper in hand, but he's got to find his teammate's trade, and he's not making the play. The shots don't go through, and Champy with the 1v3, 1v4. Why is the sniper not peeking boxes?
Why was no one going for the defuse? They had 12 seconds left, and they had numbers advantage. They went for the kill instead? Question mark. Okay, I mean, those were miscues from Exclusive already, and Zidium was not able to capitalize and instead threw bodies right in front and just allowed that clutch to happen. Balance gets that first opening pick. Neil's get the pick as well. A 3v5, no, make that, yeah, 3v5 situation, or a 2v5 as Neil gets the approach down, and it's just not looking good for Zidium right now.
And it's just 50-50 gunfights going the way of Exclusive every time they're on that entry in. At Zidium, you've got to make some adjustments. You got to play passive, do something different, but it's not working. Just an abomination of a clutch there to allow Champy to save that round as well. And it feels like the momentum dwindling for Zidium once again, and they make the push up, but finally, it's going to be Dinicio making them pay.
And now that actually allows Exclusive to push back just a tiny bit, and they will wait for that. Oh. Dinicio gets another one. Veer goes down. I was going to say that they were going to wait for that Bravo hit first as Neil opens things up. So they know that Bravo might be cleared out just a little bit, but Neil spots another one. So again, they're going to be backing off. So far though, Kree gets that information down that it could be the back alley hit, and he's going to be staying back just a little bit.
Dinicio hoping for a wall bang. Nothing to connect. Neil, nice play through the mid-map right here. Will they make the read on it? Dinicio spots out, but no trigger discipline. Dinicio gives the comms, makes the read right here. An opportunity for Neil to make a miracle play and somehow gets away with his life, but that should have been a guaranteed kill for him. Exclusive still keep the lives even, but this is a risky plan for Champy.
The bomb has been planted.
Now this is good. They have all lanes covered. They don't know where Neil is. And so far, it's going to be a stalemate. Champy does not spot anybody. All yellow here in blue. Neil gets one. That's a good start. Dinicio on the hunt. Neil with the better gun though, the Fennec in hand. But as Creed able to get out Storm, and that is a beautiful setup. And essential individual gunfights being won by Exclusive. And Neil, you pesky little thing, he's an actual rat man.
Zidium, just so many advantages that they have not capitalized on, and round after round, Exclusive have found ways to bounce back off of slow starts. They take the rounds, and now Neil getting lurked up through Courtyard once again. Big opportunities for some gunfights, but that's a huge win for Storm.
Now for Exclusive.
Bomb has been planted.
Plants the bomb. Balance gets an essential kill. A 4v3 situation. Zidium needs to play catch up. They need to find a way to get rid of these two players, but we do have a flank watch right there in the form of Champion. He does get that kill, and Creed as well. A 1v4 situation, and it's not looking good for Zidium as we are at match point, where Zidium just lost out on how many straight rounds was that?
That's 4 in a row.
4 in a row.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was wrong. It's 5 in a row.
5 in a row.
It was a 5-1 lead, and now it is a 6-5 deficit for Zidium, as they have just not been able to answer. Every time it looks like they've got an opportunity, Exclusive fire back, and it's the big opening once again, but Kree goes big. That R9 in hand, not really what I expected to see out of him, but he gets shut down quickly, and
Bobby didn't even get to finish his sentence.
Yep, it's a quick ending. Zidium, what the heck?
Man, I mean, it snowballed out of control. You get to see the composure kind of being lost by Zidium in all forms, actually. It was just misplays, allowing Neil to be in the back end like that and just missing those easy shots. And the fact that you gave away that kill to those kills rather to Champy, even though you could have just went in there for the defuse. Misplays after misplays, and that is why our scoreline is a 7-5.
I feel like there was not a single adjustment made by Zidium the entire time they were on defense. Every single time they were losing those opening gunfights over on the A side, and time again, they sent at least 2 players in there. I think there was maybe 1 round where they made some tiny changes to be able to win a couple of those openers. But for the most part, it was just a battle of the A side, and for the most part, it was the offensive team winning the gunfights. But because Exclusive was able to win a couple of defensive rounds, they end up coming out on top.
The experience really shows here for Exclusive. The fact that it was a little bit shaky here in the beginning, it just goes to show that they're just so well composed under pressure. And for Zidium, this is a huge misplay. It could have easily been a 1-1 in the series right now, and something needs to change here, especially being under pressure. And speaking of, this is Champy just having a feast here by boxes. And it's also those plays that, you know, Neil was I think it was the second to the last round where Neil was right there all alone, and you had members there to actually go up against a 1v2, but no, instead you go in there 1 by 1.
Yeah, I think especially the play where you allow Champy to 1v3 with an SMG so far away from the bomb. Like, there's no reason to file 1 by 1. Yeah, you lose the first gunfight. After that, you make the change. You put your SMG to get the defuse, and you let your sniper watch over boxes. There's no reason for you to be taking individual gunfights right there. And I don't know if it was Denicio or somebody else, but whoever had that sniper in hand should have had the discipline to say, I'm going to sit back, watch over my teammates. Even if they are going to push, he just waited until they all died before he actually tried to challenge it at all.
I could not believe my eyes that it was actually happening, and we did get to see that on the replay, but I am for sure rewatching that matchup. But here we go. Chance for Exclusive to close this out of 3-0, but also a chance for Zidium to kind of just compose themselves and go for another win here, possibly. But so far, it's not looking so good for them, as we do get to see that Zidium starting on the offensive side. And now for Raid, you know that it's actually kind of doable to win on the offense as well.
Interestingly enough, King said that they thought Zidium was, or no, they thought Exclusive was a bad Raid control team. And interestingly enough, get 3-0'd by Exclusive. So I'm curious what the case is, but given the fact that they started this off 5 lives to 0, I've got a feeling that they're a pretty solid Raid control team.
And now essential gunfights being warned right now by Storm, but unfortunately does go down, misses those shots, and it's just not his day missing those snipes. So far though, a 3v1 happening, and it's just Creed all over the board. He's just solo holding poolside. Clears out Storm as well and goes in for the pre-fire, but finally does get taken out by Storm, which switches on into an LK. That's good.
Champy forced back. Nice little wall bang by Genius to fight back, but Zidium have had very few signs of life here on the offensive side. It's tough enough to win when you're evenly matched, but they just seem to be outgunned in the gun skill department right now. One final wave. You got to feel like if they want to have an opportunity, just so little time to work with, they get picked apart one by one. And that should be enough for a convincing round one win for Exclusive here in the control.
Where are the comms when it comes to Zidium? Balance was right there, got the kill, and everyone else did not even look behind them. And that just allowed him to just get free kills. So right now for Zidium, it was just no question whatsoever. The comms need to be crisp. It needs to be fast, because if you let Exclusive always go in there for that spawn trap, you saw Neil there, you saw Balance there, you need to find some sort of answer. So far though, they're going to be going in for the defensive side, so let's see if they're going to be having signs of life.
Nope. They will have zero signs of life.
Gasping for air.
0 kills off the start of that one. Genius finally fires back, but once again, no question, Exclusive, the stronger team here in the raid control. You still got to deal with Neil up in top laundry as well. Cheeky little spot for him to be able to find another 2, and now it's going to be Exclusive looking to set up the spawn trap.
And now, player number 5, that's Balance, again with the spawn trap, tries to go in there for the flank. Creed as well goes in there for that top laundry control to try and go in for the pinch, but they're still unable to get rid of Champy though, which is going to be sneakily away going in for that spawn trap as well. So if someone goes down from Exclusive with that spawn trap, someone's always going to be there for that trade, and now looking like the lives are going in for the favor of Exclusive right now.
Champy not going to be able to win that one. Zidium finally fight back.
They're hurting.
Even the life battle somewhat. And Denicio gets things cleared here over on the A side as well. But right now, still a very big task as 4 players look to push up here for Exclusive. Veer shut down. So he's got some utility to work with as well. May very well be able to find a clear onto this, but Neil is there. A huge kill, and just like that, they're going to start locking in some big time here on A.
Denicio did so well at holding off on his own, but everyone else from Zidium needed to find a way to actually just give him a little bit of help here. So far, though, Denicio goes down. Balance brings out the Sparrow at the right time. Not just that, able to possibly go in for the spawn trap with that Sparrow. Genius on the back end, on the other hand, tries to get those kills. 11 and 14. Still pretty doable for Zidium to go and stop that push, as they do have such solid defense on both of these hills, actually.
Exclusive have done a good job of stopping the clock, so even though they haven't fully captured either of those objectives, they've been able to keep their hopes alive and put themselves in a position where they don't have to do a ton of work on either, and they get the life lead to where they want it as well. Players on both objectives, and another round is getting locked in for Exclusive as they look like they're on their way to another 3-0 control.
It looks like the comms for Zidium is just not there today. They allowed the back access from Exclusive in that first round. Now on this round, on the other hand, that second round, Zidium was just having one player into that defense in Alpha. That was Denicio, and he was doing a pretty good job at holding off everyone else. And now though, last round for Zidium to try and win it, just slowly but surely, but Balance with the opener.
Well, right now, if you're Zidium, you just got to win some gunfights. Big operator investment, and most of them wiped off the board. Make that all of them. Rondo is down for the count, and Denicio, only one with an operator in his pocket. It's Exclusive maintaining their dominance here in the raid control. And Creed just spraying and praying with that claw in hand. Won't get a ton of information, but is going to be able to get pushed up. And now they're looking to spawn trap from the defensive side.
And that's going to be smart, because everyone else from Zidium is going to be spawning off into the bottom left side of Garage. And so far, not super duper good, as Creed wins a gunfight here in mid. It's a possibility to get a 3K, and now speaking of, gets that third, allows him to get that Preddy, pops it out, and you can see that Champy is still there for that spawn trap, but Zidium is going to be aware, but with 22 and 16 lives, it's not going to be easy.
And you can see Exclusive slowly constricting around the spawn of Zidium. They do find a couple of those kills to alleviate some of the pressure, but Creed continues to push up. He's sitting on a 7 spree right now. Bad timing for him as he gets shut down. But once again, the life lead has built so far that with no objective capture time at all, Zidium have to make a miracle happen right here. Storm finally starting to hit the flow state, but he gets shut down. This may be the final wave for Zidium if they want to have any hope in this one.
But you see play number 4 at Alpha Flag trying to get that kills down and also getting those points, and Denicio actually winning that. The only hope right now for them as they're trying to go in for that alpha capture. Win gunfights. That's the only thing that you need for Zidium to do right now, but a 2v1 happening at Alpha, definitely going to be very difficult. Balance gets that kill. Denicio finally gone. But with Veer right there in through Money Hill, just stops the push, and Exclusive, but a very convincing 3-0 here in Control Raid.
Well, we figured if there was going to be any matchup today that didn't end in a 3-0, this is the one that had the best chances, and to be honest, it didn't really look like it had many chances outside of that standoff search and destroy.
There were a little bit of highlights from Zidium, and at that SND, we actually thought that, oh wow, they actually have this in the bag. But that 1v3 from Champy just destroyed their confidence, and they have not built it up here in the last few rounds of SND and also in Control. So far, looking at the scoreboard though, Creed with 22 kills leading the pack, and he's been really pesky, being really good at those powerful positions. Top laundry, you got to see him in bedroom, going in for that spawn control as well.
Not just 22 kills, he went 22 and 4, a 5.5 KD on that one. He was an absolute menace, and once again, for an AR to be able to get that many up-close double, triple kills, it just showed that Zidium were not remotely on their A game when it came to the gunfights, and I feel like it definitely slipped away following that tough loss in Search and Destroy.
Man, Glitter, that was a roughy toughie. We had so much hope for Zidium, especially going in through that SND. They were 4 rounds up, and now they just let it go, and looks like they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a learning experience there for Zidium going up against Exclusive. I agree with you guys. I thought there was a chance during the S&D, and they just couldn't hold on to the really solid lead that they had acquired for themselves. To have to come back next week and see what they can maybe change and have learned from that matchup. But I mean, on the flip side of things, you got to give Exclusive some props for just making that a clean 3-0, getting another win in the column. When we consider just how tough the fight at the top is going to be, every single win that's a huge boost for them.
Yeah, and once again, we said this was going to be the sign of how big the gap really is between those top 3 teams and the rest of the competition. I think Exclusive are showing it's really the top 4 teams against the rest of the competition. They have definitely cemented themselves as a solid top 4 team and are going to look to continue to do so. Obviously, Zidium, not the toughest competition that they'll see, but they have gotten so many of their toughest opponents out of the way already that it seems like they put themselves in a position to have a really good chance at making a run at top 4.
All right, well, we have our exclusive interview, which sounds really fancy. Now when you say it like that, hanging out. First of all, love the headset. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing good, yes. How about you?
Doing very, very well, Neil. Thank you for jumping on and chatting with us. First of all, congratulations on the performance. How's that feel, getting that 3-0 for today?
Felt good, I guess.
A little bit easier than you thought, or was that how you hoped it would go?
I mean, we expected the win, but I don't know.
All right.
Hello, kamusta kababayan? That was a phenomenal win, by the way. And I actually kind of wanted to ask you about your game yesterday. And I know you got a pretty good win, but we got to talk about what happened yesterday, man. You dropped the 40 in Control, but up against 117 Not Found. How do you feel like when it comes to going up against stronger teams this time around?
I mean, obviously we didn't play as we should have, like how we were supposed to play yesterday. We I don't know, Creed wasn't on his day, and yeah, that was basically it. We switched up stuff mid game that made us struggle a bit, and then yeah, that wasn't the result we wanted.
All right. Well, I'd say you guys did a phenomenal job of bouncing back today. Obviously, Creed had some very solid performances here, dropping, I believe, a 5.5 on that last map as well.
Yeah.
You guys feel like there are any big lessons that you learned from that matchup yesterday that you can take into the rest of the season? I think with only one more matchup against the top 3 teams left, what do you think was the biggest takeaway?
Yeah, obviously we fixed up a lot of mistakes already from yesterday's game. So it's after today's match, it felt good. Yeah.
All right.
And now looking forward to the rest of the season. We've talked about you guys a lot as being in that top 4 contention. How are you feeling with your remaining matches?
We play Animus, I think, and Panic and 31. I don't know.
And a few words I
I'm
love.
just here to play.
You know what? That's fair. You're just here. That's the whole point. You're the
I know,
player.
that's the whole point.
You know, that's what the SPS is about. All right.
Yeah, I'm doing. I mean, I'm doing my job. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. I love it. Well, before I let you go, then, do you want to do any shout outs for anyone?
Yeah, shout out to my girl and my team, obviously, and my family for supporting me.
All right.
I love that. I love that. Well, Neil, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting. Congratulations again.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right. That was wholesome.
I know. Shout out to my girl and my family, my teammates. That is so wholesome, and also what a romantic.
Oh, all right. The show just gets better every single week. But that's first 2 matches of the day now done. It's time for us to look towards match number 3, which is going to be 30 Warner versus Kings. Before we get into that, though, we're going to be sending it to another short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are about to get into our third matchup of the day, but before we do that, let's take a look back at the standings after our completed second match to give you guys a little bit of a refresher where everybody stands. Obviously, Animus was our first team at the beginning of the day to hit the first 4-0 of the season so far, and then if you missed that second match, it was exclusive in a 3-0, bumping themselves up to 2-2 now on our leaderboard. Now, this is starting to shape up pretty nicely here.
Definitely. I feel like when it comes to the leaderboard right now, I mean, everyone's surprised that Kings is going to be right there on that third spot, but this is why we love such an extensive matchup here for Stage 4, because it really just gives a lot of avenue for these players to grow, and they're rapidly growing. But for now, we did set it up that it is, for day number 4, a David versus Goliath situation, but so far the Goliaths have been smashing.
Yeah, and we're kind of just, we're going to continue on with that because match number 3 on the day is 31er versus Kings, and let's talk about this matchup, okay? What are we gonna expect out of this?
I feel like, I don't know. What do you think, Bobby? It's kind of hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that it's a 3-0. I feel like it could be a 3-0, but it was really surprising to actually see Zidium do a 4-round up in Search and Destroy up against the team like that. So I don't know. When it comes to it, maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe it'll be close. Maybe it won't be. It most likely won't be.
I think if by some miracle Kings do not ban Slum Search and Destroy, maybe there's a way that 31er can take it. They took a 7-2 win in the Slum Search and Destroy up against Animus, no less. After Animus take down Kings in the Slum Search and Destroy yesterday. So if there's going to be a map that is taken, it's going to be there. I don't see it happening. I don't see a way that it sneaks through. And even if it does, I feel like Kings are going to be a little bit more locked in. But if it's going to happen, that's where it is.
Now I want to get those vetoes up here so we can see what the case is with that, see if there will be an opportunity potentially for 31er to take at least a map off of Kings. They're going to start popping up here. What does the S&D say? Map 5.
That is very interesting, but we're not sure if it's going to reach map number 5. And Tunisia being chosen is the smartest thing, that if I'm pretty sure Kings was the one that chose that, because 31er lost that up against 117 Not Found. But it is a close matchup, a 6 and 8. So maybe they are going to pull some stops here. But for Kings, did a 7-0 up against Zidium. So they're looking pretty spicy in that Tunisia S&D.
Yeah, I would say like you're coming off a Summit and a Hacienda that you played yesterday as well. The Hacienda, if it somehow goes to a map 4, has got to be a guaranteed lock. They had a player disconnected for a significant portion of that matchup up against Animus and still found a way to take the map. Obviously, the Summit, look, I won't even say it looked shaky. That was just an absolute banger of a Summit match, and Animus made a couple plays that went the right way, but there's no question Kings are a phenomenal Summit team as well. Then you do look at the Crossroads strike for the control. They didn't look super great there, so maybe an opportunity if we're going to force anything above map 3. That's probably where 31er have to make it happen.
All right, well, we'll see how this plays out. You know what, Shift, you can stay here. This time I'm going to send Mommy and Bobby over to the other side of the studio just to get into match number 3.
Should I bring him?
Don't tire yourself out, Shift. We wouldn't want you to run out of energy early on.
He's casting with us.
You know?
I'm going to do my best Shift voice right now.
Production, can we get Shift an energy drink? I think he
says hello. He literally wrote down and said hello. But in all honesty, Shift, we missed you, but here we go. When it comes to the gameplay, 31er looked super solid in Crossroads Strike, especially when you saw Lydia and Brixta doing so much damage in those buildings. So I'm excited to see. I feel like that will definitely be that swim mode in favor of 31er.
Yeah, I think for Kings, the big question here is, can you come back out and prove definitively that you should still be considered the #1 team in Europe? Yeah, you lost a match, but it was a very, very close one. Could potentially have just come down to map picks. Ultimately, Animus did look stronger, but you want to be able to maintain that dominance, maintain the respect that so many of the teams have shown toward them in so many of the interviews that we've heard. So we'll see what they can do right here. If I had to guess, they come out guns blazing in this one. and really set the pace for the rest of the matchup.
And there you go, looking like the favorable side is going to be over for the Kings, and Marvel already going in there with the R9 in hand, and so far though he does get that kill. Legacy gets a trade, still yellow on the feed. Only 2 more plays from 31 to try and defend, but they are just too overwhelmed.
Not really sure what's happening meta-wise. We've got Lapas, we have multiple AS Vals, and we have, I believe, an AK-47 in the hands of Spy. So a lot of unorthodox things happening, but it's Kings, as expected, with the dominant start for each. Grizz and Marvel off the start of this one in nearly a turn. Shotgun does come up just short, but Zed somehow takes himself down in the early game. 31er do find a break back in right here as Legacy's going to be able to pick up the OBJ time.
I'm assuming it's a bounced grenade on his hand, and unfortunately for him, they are going to be getting that scrap point, so that's good. But the hard part here is that they don't actually have any kind of map control whatsoever. The early setup is just not going to be there, and so far Kings also has the favorable spawn as well. Inferno gets those kills down with the Holger in hand, and it is just that battle for mid-street that are trying to get that spawns on that left side of the map instead.
It looks like, based on the meta choices, 31 are just trying to force everything they can inside the objective and not worry too much about the map control. Maybe potentially some weapon changes coming later on when they hit that rotation over toward P3. But Kings back in the driver's seat in this one. Contested Hardpoint as Grizz comes out on top right there and sets his teammate up to lock in some more. Spy on the backside. Going to be able to find a couple. And once again, you've got to clear out the shotguns in the hands of Kings if you want to find a breakthrough right here, or to be able to hop to the other side and apply any pressure on these green spawns.
Lydia gonna be in a really big gunfight, but unfortunately does go down. Not really knowing that there were 2 Kings players there, as we do get to see the scrap points going to the favor of Kings. The rotation as well, they're going to be winning it. The setup is going to be great. 31er is just playing the rhythm right now of Kings, and they need to find a way to just be on that driver's seat, because so far, Kings know very well where everyone is spawning from 31er.
A lot of missed shots out of Spy right there. That's a big backside gunfight. That leaves only Marvel to deal with it, and he's going to get shut down right there. That's 31er breaking the spawns, and this is exactly what happened for Kings yesterday against Animus as well. Disaster strikes as it looks like Spy's the only player in position to find the kill. No wallbang potential off that one, and Gore, even with the peak, is going to be able to stay alive right here. Big backside gunfights. That's going to be a huge win to maintain control for 31er.
Oh, Gore just played it so well. Just went into the passive. Be like, okay, go for your shots, but I'm going to play for my objective and try to anchor down these spawns for P3, as they're going to be maintaining here and getting those scrap points down. But with 15 seconds left on the clock, you do get to see that Kings already in for that P4 control as well.
Inferno on 17 to get things started right here, and I believe it's going to be Spy. Lurking back, Spy. Put the AK-47 away. It is not working. For Grizz, I don't know what the issue is. Fennec in hand, he just has not been able to find the kills. But once again, 31 are applying that early pressure as Kings hit the early rotation on this one. It's Grizz locking down the early hard point time, but Inferno has got to get cleared out if they want to find a push up. No success so far.
And now for 31, they're going to be spawning off on such a far side of the map, and they're spawning on through mid. Now they're going in there one by one. They need to find a way to just double peek, and so far it's actually not happening. Bricks spots one. Nildiak's right there for that peek as well, but not really sustaining. And so far it's still yellow all across the board. And even though we are seeing off-meta weapons by Kings, they're still able to use that to their advantage, as we do get to see that Marvel getting 12, Raid getting that 11, still pushing through here. And one last push coming in from 31er is able to get these scrap points down, but we do need to have that really good control in P1.
Not nearly as big of a lead as I expected. Obviously, largely off that P3 spawn break early for 31er. Lydia trying to make the read onto Marvel. He's 1 HP. That should be an easy kill. Still got to deal with Inferno up top. Spy shuts down right there. Has made that switch on over to the CBR, and that's probably going to be a little bit more viable option. Inferno still yet to be cleared out as well. Zed stuck in a nasty spot. He's got multiple directions. He's got to clear out. Big damage from Inferno, and that'll be an easy cleanup for or big damage from Marvel for Inferno to clean up on the top side.
Inferno in a really good spot, and 31er actually knows where he is, but they are still not able to get him, and the only way that you could actually get rid of him is to put one person up here in top L. So far, it's only Zed with the Asval in hand. Is able to possibly get that kill, though. Not quite sure if he did. Yes, he did. And now they do finally have top L control, but with only 22 seconds left on the clock, and Kings majority of the time actually had that time on the hill. So definitely going to be really good for them, but rotational gunfights trying to be won right now by 31er, but Kings already on the outskirts and ready for P2.
Lack of long-range AR presence has made it so easy for Kings to dictate the pace of this game by allowing their LMGs to just sit in the high ground, hold down the power positions, and rain terror on 31er, and that's ultimately what's allowed them to build on this lead. Curious to see if we have any changes for this 31er squad, but right now it's not working and they need to make a change soon. Raid. Sparrow's gonna pop, but he gets shut down. Flashes are too much for him to handle. 31er find the break on in, but Marvel is there. The doof is too strong, and Kings find the break back in.
And now we did see that Brixta just allowed the rest of her teammates to actually spawn on that left side of the map, which is a little bit more favorable. But even with that in mind, they're not winning their gunfights, and especially with Grizz with the Purifier, just able to shut down every single one of the players that comes his way. And that will also allow him to get a little bit more control on the front side of P3 in the setup. Already looking pretty good for Kings, but so far, player number 1 from 31er gonna be just waiting for the rest of her teammates to go in for the Van Zed. Does not win that gunfight.
31er will find the scrap time, but 2 players set up in the backside for Kings. And once again, they've done what they need to make sure that they can get spawns, but maybe push a little bit too far back. And these are risky gunfights. Fortunately for them, they end up winning, and that should set them up a little bit better. I'm curious if we see maybe one player push up into green, and we do see exactly that. It's going to be Inferno looking to pinch right here, and they don't want to allow anybody over to that silo side. Finally, a couple of the kills come through, but prime position for Kings to find that full 60 that they had not on the first time around.
Man, it is just Inferno and Marvel just doing a great job at holding down the spawns, and so far, speaking of, they are going to be having that. And 31er just trying to go in for the front side, and obviously you're going to be greeted by Raid, which definitely worked out for them on the other pass hills, but Kingspy gonna be going in there for that marble control. And actually in the cable cars, you usually get to see that as a hot spot when it comes to the defense, but Kings for now decide to get to go for that scrap points, and for 31er going in there for that early rotation here for New.
Well, Grizz has definitely heated up for the King squad and definitely playing a big role as they build that lead now up to 100 points. Pred missiles fall down from above, and Inferno still trying to lock in some kills right here. He knows his teammates have spawns locked down on the back side, and he actually is going to reach the hard point faster because he dies right there. Working it to his advantage as Spy takes down another. Still Brixta to be dealt with through the smoke. He's going to be able to find another, not quite able to make it a third. But once again, it's only Kings needing 10 points here to lock in the win, and it looks like it should be theirs.
It just looks like Kings are just overpowering 31er when it comes to that gun skill. And so far, 31er actually doing a good job at knowing where to go, where to anchor down the spawns, but just not able to capitalize on those gunfights. So for now, even with the off-meta guns that Kings have been using, still perform very well here in Summit.
Shift in the analysis.
Oh, well, I mean, my telestrator is going to be right there, and it's not really working. So back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
That's my best
Appreciate it.
Shift impression.
I mean, overall, Kings just looked more fundamentally sound. It didn't really feel like 31er were getting outgunned in that many scenarios. It felt like a much better game plan for Kings. You had your LMGs staying in power positions, and 31er, even the ARs they did have were AS Vals, which are effectively flex SMG ARs that are not going to allow you any type of long-range map control, and especially with the rotation battle going the way of Kings pretty much every time around, they found, what, one solid break onto P3, but outside of that, no big-time value, and that's the reason why Kings are considered one of the best teams in all of Europe, just so fundamentally sound every time around.
And also, you actually saw 31er just commit into those three-dimensional plays where you saw Lydia going more for that flank, trying to control those spawns in the more favorable side. But unfortunately for them, Kings are just a little bit too knowledgeable, knowing very well that you send 2 players right there where it's just Lydia all alone. So now, Kings just proved that they're super good here in Summit yet again, and also proving that Hardpoint is a game that they definitely are very consistent on. But now things turn around for that Search and Destroy. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, this is their chance, you know? This is the one place where they can capitalize and maybe take a map off. Obviously, the Search and Destroy has looked very strong for Kings overall. Unfortunately, it's not going to be until map 5 that we get the Slum Search and Destroy, and that's where 31er really would have liked to capitalize. But maybe Kings are feeling shaky coming off of that loss yesterday. They looked solid but not amazing, and maybe lacked some adjustments in some key places. So we'll see what 31er can make happen, but coming off map 1, definitely feeling like overall the stronger team is Kings, and they're going to look to continue to assert themselves here as we head into Tunisia.
We need to see some presence coming in from mid-street, and so far we do have just one player there. That's Legacy, having their sights off. It will be a 2-1-2 split from Kings. Trying to get that information as to where to commit. Yes, so far no committing whatsoever yet. Getting information. Inferno spots 1. That is all the information he could get. Not quite sure if he actually saw her. Did he? Grizz, though, gets an essential kill here in mid. And that's going to be a misplay by Legacy to try and push so far down.
Crucial trade for Raid right there. Obviously, you don't want to lose a player, but if you do, that's the way you want it to happen. Ooh, but overextension on the opposite side. Breaks the sniper in hand. You still got Gore up on top of this main tower as well. They're going to go ahead and lurk back. Bomb in the hand of Grizz, but they've been able to make their way all the way over to A completely uncontested. Zed, only player that'll be able to make anything happen here, but I don't think he can shell before the bomb goes down. So now Grizz gonna sneak back, but with a shotgun in hand, Zed can play spoiler. Round the corner, he finds the kill, and now it's all down to Spy. Fennec in hand does some big time damage. He's got a Locust to work with as well. Would like to find a 1v3, but it's a tough spot to do it.
We already saw yesterday that this is a prime spot for a person to try and clutch, but not this time around, as Zed again with his 2nd kill already in this round. So that's going to be good for 31er. A really good start to apply that pressure. I feel like that snipe from Brixta definitely was able to kind of scare off Kings to rotate instead from mid, going into Alpha. And that's the best that they could do. 31er used their numbers to their advantage.
Yeah, it seemed like just a little bit of a careless play out of Kings to continue pushing through to the opposite side of B when you don't know what's over there with all the chaos that has happened on the front side already. So Grizz overlooking, trying to find some information, takes down Legacy, trying to make it a 2-piece, but no chow there for Lydia. She gets spotted out, now 1 HP. She's forced to retreat. That should open up an opportunity for Inferno to find a kill. It's actually going to be Raid that's there, and now it's 31er who get picked apart.
The trades are looking good for Kings, and the information you already saw, you can basically visualize it. Okay, Grizz didn't get that kill in mid. There was a follow-up right there. There was nowhere that Lydia could go, and now they're going to be trapped up in their corner. Gore, Locust in hand, tries to go in there for the peak. Spots 1, no trigger discipline, tries to go in there for the peak, but now they know where he is. And obviously a 1v5 situation, not going to be easy. Inferno goes down, but you do have to worry about 2 players right there. And now Kings played it well this time. This is how that first round should have gone.
Seen Gord pull off 1v4s, but they were not against Kings.
It wasn't in slums.
Very different beast. Right now, expecting Kings to throw a different look, but they do not. Now a lot of pressure over here toward the A side. Utility goes out over top, and no real response for 31er, but Zed is there, and the shotgun is all the response he needs.
Zed is in a really good spot. Gore right there for the trade. Spy still gets the best of him, and it's still Kings all across the board, and there you go. A 1v4 situation, as it's just so fast. And I feel like that was a really good response from 31er, but obviously they're going to be a little bit overwhelmed here on this side of the map, and Kings doing a good job at being aggressive, but for 31er, we need to find a way for the comps to go a little bit faster here in this map.
And King's just doing such a good job of executing on both sides of the map. We've seen so many teams that are just one-dimensional in the search and destroy pushes, and if they get shut down in one position, they don't have a response. But the fast, aggressive push onto A works out big time for Kings there. Legacy gets pushed up, and he's going to be able to hold this window position. Marvel shouldn't have the read onto this, and that's going to be a freebie. Zed takes down Inferno as well. Another player spotted out of position, and now onto Spy to take down the sniper. That's a big kill. Now into a 2v2. The bomb is in the hands of Spy in a very, very split up 31er team, actually a 3v2.
Oh, Zed not able to get that pistol kill. 1 HP, Grizz slides away with his life, and now the smoke pulls through, and that probably gives you that information that Grizz is actually crossing over. Grizz gonna be the only one left as Spy gets scored, but Brixton with the trade. Grizz still alive. Zed try to go in there for the hunt, brings it down to a 1v1 situation. And if you are 31er, that should not have happened in the first place.
Such a good play out of Grizz right there to just absolutely bait the mess out of the smoke, wait for him to peek through, catch him off guard. Bricks awaiting on the backside. I believe it's going to be a L-car in hand. Bomb has been picked up. 30 seconds to work with. No, I don't think the bomb has been picked up. Actually, right there next to the bomb site, Bricks the peeks around the corner, and Grizz makes her pay.
Ready up.
Man, that was a really big brain play coming in from Kings, and especially from Grizz. That smoke was just so good. And one thing that you kind of have to look at, and even though that 31er had so much space and they were just not able to capitalize on Legacy getting those kills, instead went for the hunt when it comes to the kills. And one thing that we actually noticed here in Tunisia, just don't go for the hunt. Don't go for the kill. Just go for the objective. Stay put. Lydia, though, wins an essential gunfight through mid. Grizz goes down.
Once again, just a little bit overzealous. You make a good play, and maybe your confidence gets a little bit higher than it should be. Gets paid for his aggression off of that one. Kings players do get pushed up pretty heavily onto the B site right here. I don't think Lydia has an angle to find the kill. It would be a risky peek around this corner as he's been able to get hopped up into a nice spot, but solid discipline right here for Lydia to sit back. Nade goes over top, and that'll force her back slightly. And it looks like the wrap back toward A underway for Kings.
That nade, though, tried to go in there for the deflection, but that did not work. 31er still going in for the trade. Gore gets a kill. Lydiax knows very well that there's going to be one player right there in mid. As slowly but surely, Kings players are going to be going down. Raid in a really bad spot because the rest of his teammates are going to be back up, and he does get pushed by Legacy. And now a 1v5. So far, a flawless round from 31er.
Inferno should give away audio cues. That's enough for Zed to find the kill, and 31er bounced back. So not looking all that terribly uneven here in the search and destroy. I think a couple big over pushes out of the Kings have really resulted in some easy opportunities for 31er. Keep an eyes on Grizz to see if he can have that same aggression while still being restrained and playing in positions that aren't going to put him at a disadvantage. But once again, full sending things up through mid, and he ends up paying for it once again as a beautiful read out of 31er.
Lydia gets a good pick. Both teams only have just one down. No, make that two, actually. Still numbers advantage coming up for 31er. Bomb holder going to be up there, but will be greeted by Gore with his scope. As they're winning a lot of their gunfights from the exit, just like that. It is going to be a 1v2 situation, and that rotation from Gore was just a little bit too slow.
He's up on the top side, in position to find one. Bomb does get planted right there, but Spy able to play the head glitch, and he's going to lurk up. Gore, an opportunity for the quick scope, but Spy is quicker. Kings, another big round right there as they flip on over the defensive side. And would have been a huge one had 31er been able to clutch it.
Man, 31er, I mean, it's actually pretty close. I'm liking how much of a fight they're actually giving here, and the fact that they're not letting go of that mid. Lydia always gets that kill, but there is just no trade for 31er on her end, so they need to find an answer back to that. And now, a more passive approach coming from 31er, but that also allows Kings to kind of be pushed back just a little bit as well. So they're going to be passive from both sides.
Well, it looks like Spy going to be able to force players back into Winery and playing up into a nice spot where they can't peek out to spot him there either. Gore peeks out the top side, no information. Spy is going to give him something to work with, but Legacy way overextends off of that one. And that's a push that he would likely like to have back. Spy, I believe, accidentally vaults right there, but Grizz is watching the mid push. And now the collapse underway as Spy should be able to sniff out as he hits the flank right here. Maybe missing the ADS button a little bit.
That was not pretty. We're not going to talk about that one. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. We didn't say anything.
No. Gore. Locust in hand, tries to get information down. They still haven't really figured out where they want to plant. They need to figure things out now before the rest of Kings actually rotate into Alpha. They only have to worry about one player. That's going to be Marvel. Raid, on the other hand, is going to be winning an essential gunfight through mid. Marvel as well gets the pick off. And now Zed goes in there for that trade, a 2v2 situation.
I like the disengagement out of Raid. Doesn't want to peek anything. He doesn't need to. Bomb still needs to be picked up right here, but Gore abuses the headshot damage of the HVK, and now into a 1v1 once again. Rytech in hand.
Did you not see?
Will Kings be able to clutch? And he gets pushed up, but he's not in the spot to take him down. Can only see the foot, but there he goes, peeking around the corner, and another crucial round for Kings as Inferno able to win the 1v1.
Unfortunate that he did not see that Inferno actually re-peeked that area, and I was actually really sure that he saw it. Inferno throwing some shots down into the body. 25 seconds left, and there you go. Showtime for Inferno, and it's looking like a Inferno show. We're still here. How do you even shoutcast this? But obviously he does deserve it.
Left?
I know, right? I mean, he has been the playmaker for Kings a lot of the time, and honestly speaking, he has been pretty consistent when it comes to not only S&D, but also in those respawns as well. And just honestly, I think he's one of the best players that we have here in EU.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
Showing up big time for his squad as Kings now 2 rounds away from closing this out and moving out to a 2-0 lead. 31er have not had a response on the offensive side. Couple winnable rounds, but the final gunfight's just not going their way. And now seeing some pressure over toward the A side. It's Lydia over by B, but Spy's going to be there to find first blood. He backs up, plays his life once again. And there have just not been many trades to be found for 31er. Oh, that's such a...
Oh, he gets the kill, Marvel, with a god nade. Checks it so well. And now Bomb is going to go down. Legacy is able to pick it back up. You cannot just die when it comes to those engagements, and just like that, we are at match point.
For those of you who didn't know, there is a spot in the floor on Tunisia where you can throw a grenade through it, and he cooks it perfectly. Oh, the read could not have been any better. And now Kings 1 round away from closing this one out. It is a full send over to B and only one player to defend against it, but Raid wins the opener. One player backed up, sniper in hand. Raid finds another as Inferno shut down and Grizz hits the flank. Legacy doesn't stand a chance, and one lone player remaining as Brix does left to try to clutch a 1v3.
Elcar in hand. With the DLQ can possibly pick off one player, but obviously when it comes to Kings, they will have the trade, and Spy just ends it. The question is, why did Lydia have boxing gloves out, knowing very well that players could be right there, and she could have won that initial gunfight, but it is a stretch. They still had a long way to go, but goodness, Kings have just been dominating here in Tunisia. But we did saw signs of life from 31er. Their plays weren't completely terrible.
No, I mean, on offense,
yeah, on offense,
it kind of worked.
Yeah.
They didn't win any rounds. I like what they attempted right there, trying to catch him off guard, heavy B push, but especially with Raid finding the opener and not getting traded, I think ultimately that's once he gets out of that with his life, the push is pretty much dead in its tracks, and they continued to full send it, knowing that it was going to be chalked from the start. Across the board, Kings too consistent. Spy dropping 11.
I mean, the reason why that we actually said that there was signs of life in that defense, because they always had that trades down. But the problem was Lydiax is the only person in mid that could actually get that kill, but always gets traded out. Once there is a mid hit, you expect that the rest of these Kings players to actually go in there aggressively into that Bravo flag. So now you get to see that the replays right now that 31er was just outclassed here in Tunisia, especially on the defensive side.
Yep, it was some solid plays, I think, like you said, on the defensive side. There were signs of hope. I think a lot of what they did find on the defensive side was largely a result of Kings just getting overly aggressive and feeling confident in what they were doing, and they just found a way to make it pay. That is about as clean of a nade as you will find in the hands of Marvel. But once again, as expected, this is an experienced team. This is a talented team, and we said that we wanted to see Kings come out and really assert that they were still one of the top teams, if not the top team in Europe, and they've definitely looked like it so far in this one.
And now we're going into Control, where we did mention that this will be signs of life possibly for 31 here, where they actually did a pretty good job at this yesterday, where the girl squad was able to kind of get those mid buildings that are essential power positions to control that spawn if you are on the defensive side. So, I mean, on both sides, actually, it's just a matter of where you're going to be positioning yourselves and allowing the opposing team to actually spawn.
Yep. Crossroads strike, one that's been very up and down for a lot of teams, heavily dictated by the mid-map pressure, and obviously we saw really solid performances out of Lydia and Brixo dominating with those SMGs in hand to be able to get 31er their first match win. Obviously, like we said, kind of all day long, King's just a different beast to deal with, so it'll be much tougher competition. It will be Kings on the offensive side to start, and to be honest, so far today, that's looked like the strong side.
Especially with the map like Crossroads Strike, you gotta be fast, you gotta be quick. Who's gonna be winning that mid control? Up also in Catwalk. So far though, Lydiax is gonna be right there. Brix already knows that someone might be there for Catwalk. Speaking of Lydiax, does get that first blood.
Spy trying to sniff out a player, but cheeky angle behind boxes or behind barrels, and that's 5 opening kills for 31er right here as they get some early spawn pressure. The top side, Brixton not going to be able to win the gunfight, but Legacy's there for at least one trade. He's taken down as well, and Kings doing a good job of fighting back right here and not allowing that spawn trap set up early.
And now for Kings, they're just pushing down pretty aggressively onto mid street, and that's not going to be good for them as they're going to be losing majority of the lives. 4 or 5 lives in between them, and now for 31er, this is the best spot you could actually be in. Now they're going to be playing safe. They're not going to be playing for those spawn traps. You don't have to. You just have to be able to just defend really well, because you are going to just be on that defensive side. Kings needs to find a way to capture Bravo and Alpha as well, but they are trying to even down when it comes to the lives now, though.
Raid just so slippery. 31er having a tough time hunting him down, and once again, the streaks remain for him as the feed goes through for Kings. I believe that is 5 in a row. And it looks like it should be the A objective captured as Spy is there to lock that one in. Grizz hopping on out the window, trying to apply that pressure over toward B early on. If you can get out toward the outer side of those boxes, should be able to create some inroads for your ARs to set up on the high ground and lock in that OBJ time. Lydia trying to find an angle, and that's a solid feed for 31er as they do look to get B completely cleared off and build a life lead here as well.
Spy, though, gets rid of the 2 girls that are dominating those buildings so far here in Cat Room. So far, they also have to worry about Legacy as well. 10 and 8 is going to be your life count. Still, no ticks of progression here for Kings. It's still going to be even. Still very doable for Kings to go in there to just try to even things out. Grizz gets a kill. That's going to be big for him, as he's going to be the only person left here in Bravo to try and get a tick-off progress.
Still even in lives right now, but a big hunter-killer out of Inferno, and right now Grizz can continue to lock in this time as long as you've got a player locking down that opposite window. 31 are going to have to use some lives to try to get him off. Big kill for Legacy to get things cleared, but still a minute to work with. It's a 3v3. Legacy taken down by a sniper in the hands of Marvel, and now Kings with the life advantage. Inferno watching over, but Gore fires back. Locust in hand to even up the lives, and they're going to sit back, play things passive right here, and with 45 seconds left, this is going to be a very, very long TDM.
You just got to play time. Brix spots Raid, and unfortunately for her, all you had to do was sit back and relax. Instead, try to go in there for the kill inside of Cat Room. And now for the rest of Kings, goes into fire instead, knowing very well that the last player from 31 or Gore is going to be right there with the sniper too. So they're thinking he needs to have that distance, and so far they played it to perfection. And that is going to be a really nice recovery from Kings.
Solid double peek right there. You know he's likely waiting in spawn, overlooking that lake area. Even though it was close, Kings sneak away with the round. Slow start for Bricks, so only 2 kills on the board for her. Solid consistency out of the boys for Kings, and they're going to invest in those operators early. Raid pulls one out. They're looking to set up the spawn trap and win this on lives if possible. Spy not connecting with a ton on the War Machine. He's going to get taken down. They opt to pop the Annihilator as well. Marvel's going to be able to find a couple, and Raid still has that Sparrow in hand as a big life lead forms early on, and you have got to get that Annihilator out of Marvel's hands. They do that and fight back with a solid return fire.
Pretty coming in from Kings does not get anyone. And you do get to see 4 operators already being used. Grizz with the Purifier, the last one in his team to actually have that. Inferno still has one more. Pretty gonna pop. Gets 2, my goodness. Oh no, he doesn't actually. Grizz only just gets 1, but still, it's all yellow into the kill feed. As 22 and 9 is going to be your scoreline. Grizz still having the Annihilator down. Not just that, Inferno, claw in hand. It's just, they have a plethora of operators right now.
I love that early play to put 31er in a position where it's not even an option for them to pull out their operators. You take such a big early life lead that if you make one wrong play with your operators on the opposite side, they go completely to waste. And now Kings are able to lock in an early 2-0 lead. You got 31er with all your operators charged up and ready to go. And if I had to guess, maybe a little bit more spaced out approach on this one, or maybe we do see that aggressive push up. But they have got to go big right here and get maximum value off of those.
For 31er, you have to use your utility, half of it into the early setup, just making sure you're backing up Kings into a corner. And usually you chuck those War Machines into Catwalk and possibly get those kills down. So far though, will Kings play back, knowing very well that 31 could be aggressive, but no, they answer with aggression as well. Player number 3, take a look at that. Grizz already in position to when it comes to that top fire control, but he does go down.
Lydia on 14 already. Heck of a game out of her, but hasn't converted into any rounds. Solid push up early on right here. Kings looking to get on the objective, but 31er have been able to maintain their dominance, and as expected, a little bit more of a spaced out approach to those operators. Raid, cheeky little spot to take down one. He gets taken down as well. Gore, Annihilator in hand. He needs to go big right here, and it's actually going to run out of shots, but fortunately for him, sniper in hand will find another, and 31er maintaining this life lead with no objective capture so far for Kings.
They have a little bit of a life lead, but they used 4 operators and just how many lives in between them? Not as much of an efficient push and efficient usage of your operators to begin with. We've seen this already in the first round where Kings were down by a few lives, but this is something that you shouldn't be comfortable with. Now for Kings, still need to go in there for the objective though. A and B still need to be captured. They're just trying to go in there for the kills instead. So far, no progress whatsoever. Player number 4, that's Lydiax. They'll try to stop that B push. And now 15 seconds left on the clock, and if you're Kings, you need to find a way to push it.
And if you're 31er, you're all right with the fact that you don't have a huge life lead, because Kings have not shown any indication of making a big push toward the objective so far. Grizz is going to get spotted out there, and with only 2 seconds to work with, they have to be absolutely perfect on the objective right here. They get players on each, but more than likely we'll see 31er look for the B clear off. They do that, and now with only 3 lives remaining, it should be a guaranteed round for 31er as they keep their hopes alive in this one.
Well played for 31er to capitalize on Kings kind of forgetting to touch up on the point, and maybe they are losing their gunfights, and the fact that, okay, they used a lot of their operators during that day, but also when it comes to this round, 1 more for Kings and just 2 more rather for 31er as Marvel opens things up for Kings.
Well, Spy switching on over to the Bison. He gets obliterated by Zed. Shots back out of Grizz. He has had himself a game so far. 22 on the board. Operator ready to go if he wants it. You got to imagine, especially if he gets pushed up through that top catwalk area, that should come out and open up an opportunity for the spawn trap to begin once again. Shots back from 31er, keeping the lives even. And the operator usage, once again, going to be crucial for both of these teams. Wasted operator for Spy right there. Grizz has got to go big with his.
I'm glad that Zed was able to shut down Inferno, trying to go in there for that spawn trap, so that's going to be good presence of mind for 31er. Still even on the lives. Third tick of progress here for Alpha already going to ensue. So far, an essential 1v1 being made if Raid wants to go and push it. Lydia actually gets that. Kind of surprising that Raid didn't try to go in there for that defense instead here.
They seem very, very confident in their ability to defend that B side. Marvel with the sniper in hand gets shut down, and that means somebody could potentially make a push up, but he gets back to that top overlook side soon enough, and with Inferno setting up the spawn trap with the claw in hand. A couple big time kills as Marvel gonna pop the Annihilator as well. Once again, 31er do a great job of firing back, but so close as this one, you've got to deal with Marvel immediately. Every additional kill is that much more deadly, and with Spy getting pushed all the way through to spawn, those two could be the final blow as he's right behind him and he is reaping the kills. Only 5 lives remaining. Somebody look at him! He's got a gun in his hands and he's shooting you in the back. 31er picked apart his Kings, only need 3 more kills.
Comps were not clear on their end when it comes to that. Grizz gets a kill. It's going to be a 1v9 situation. It's just Brixta again here for the last chance for 31er. But, I mean, they're just playing with their food at this point. Grizz ends it with the boxing gloves. We saw signs of life again here for 31er. But for Kings, they're just having fun. They're just playing with their food at this point.
Yep, and that was well played. You capitalize where you do have the advantage user operator as well, but Kings are very, very good at Call of Duty. That's all you can really break it down to, and they executed on their game plan, bounced back after their loss to Animus, and still secure a top 3 spot, at least for the time being, in all of Europe. Still got some work to do up ahead, but as expected, across the board, consistency out of all of their players. 31er, you can't really knock him that much. Like, they weren't that far behind the rest, but just a couple mistakes here and there, a couple plays go differently. Maybe you see a different outcome. This is a team that I still think has a very real chance of making playoffs.
And it actually is pretty impressive that, yes, 31er lost, but you do get to see players like Lydiax actually just pull it up, especially in these control rounds. She's been so consistent as a player, especially in control, that I think everyone else needs to kind of just step it up, because she's been creating a lot of space, especially here in this Crossroads strike, where she was putting herself in really good situations, winning those gunfights, but at the same time not able to kind of utilize the fact that she's creating so much space for her team.
Yeah, I'd say we definitely still have a really big matchup to come whenever we see that 31er up against Exclusive. I feel like ultimately that's probably going to be the determining factor of who our 4th place team is going to be. Exclusive have looked good, but I think we've seen a ton of improvement out of 31er, and I think that's going to be one of the best matchups still yet to come.
I like that. That will end up deciding who ends up in the challenge finals at the end of the entire season. It'll still be very, very important match. I mean, the rest of the season we have some seriously important matches lined up for the last 2 weeks, so we're not done yet. Hopefully everyone at home is making sure they're going to be tuning in for the rest of this as we close out our 3rd match on the day, our 3rd 3-0 on the day. Kings making sure they get themselves a dub after yesterday, and we have an opportunity now to talk with Zim, which I've been waiting for so we can chat with Kings. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. All right. I'm sure we've got 1,000,007 questions to ask you between the last 2 days, but for starters, at least, you know, getting a 3-0 out of the way for today, how's the team feeling after the dub?
I mean, we feel okay. Just serviceable enough to go into the next week, but definitely not satisfied with this week at all.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually just about to ask you about your matchup yesterday up against Animus. What happened there? I know there were disconnections happening on the end of some players, but even when it comes to that, the team was still able to kind of pull up in Hacienda, even though the disconnections were happening. But after that, y'all were just actually having a hard time. Was it just like a mental thing, or was it still just like disconnections happening?
No. The disconnect truthfully only happened in the Hacienda. We played the entire map without communication from Spy, and he was disconnecting at various points on the Hasi. But for the entire rest of the series, we actually thought map pick wise, we drafted pretty much the perfect series. We were very, very confident in those maps and exactly the order that they were coming in. We knew everything that was going to happen. Everything was not a surprise at all. And I think we just suffered from a little bit of imposter syndrome on those maps, just finding ourselves being so like, we saw exactly the positions that we were in on many different maps in VOD, and just being like, okay, we have it, like, let's now make the right play. And I think in that space, we were just so focused on, okay, we have the right position, like really focused on making the right play, that we kind of left the feeling out of it and got a little bit too into the small things, but not something that I think will happen in the future.
I think you looked super solid across the board yesterday, no question. I think it was a battle between two giants. I think one of the biggest factors for Animus was the way that Shark was playing. I think especially when it comes to the search and destroy, when you have a player that's dominating at that level, what do you feel like you guys can do better to shut him down and take him out of the equation?
Well, again, we everything that Shark was doing, especially on that search slums, like Shark had a great game. You got to tip it to him. He had, 16, 17 on that map. We knew everything he was going to do. And again, it was just one of those things where we knew it, and then we were like, okay, so enamored with making the right play and going in like a linear 1, 2, 3 step-by-step type thing instead of just feeling on the map. But Animus is a great team. They're the defending champions. 3 of those guys, I think 4 of those guys were won last year. Marvel and Grizz from that team are on our team this time around. So we've got defending champions on both sides. And anytime both of our teams go up against each other, it's always going to feel like the World Cup or the Super Bowl in that matchup to both of those teams, as opposed to them playing against maybe other squads. So we get their best effort, they get our best effort, and it's up to us to try to make the plays to win.
Which I'm here for, because it made for an insanely entertaining and highly competitive back and forth between the two of you. Obviously, you guys are one of the top squads in this region. So now we still have a second half of the entire challenge season and then those challenge finals. What does that look like for you guys? What are you looking forward to match-wise or anticipating out of the rest of the season?
Well, our next match is 117, which you could probably debate just from recent standings in the last 2 pro leagues that we've played in Europe. 117 tends to be the team right there with us in the grand finals. We played them in another tournament recently in the grand finals as well. We've won all of those matchups, thankfully, but 117 is in strong form right now, and they're definitely getting better every single day. We know that they're putting in a lot of extra work playing North American scrims too. So we definitely have a long week of scrims in preparation. Really need to make sure that our vetoes are in line, but we're going to be prepared for the match.
All right, I love that. That's definitely going to be another headbanger. People should be very excited for that next matchup. Well, Zim, it is always an absolute pleasure to have you on here. I mean, congratulations on the week regardless. Excited to see what you guys do next.
Thank you.
I love how combination of like a self-aware and kind of critical of their mistakes that Zim is, but also knowing that they are almost trivial. Like he said that they did exactly what they wanted to do, just had a little bit of imposter syndrome. The ability to really break that down is gonna help them so much throughout this week of prep for the next match.
And he brought up a really good point that a lot of these teams actually still need to kind of overlook, right? I mean, a lot of the teams overlooked, rather, is yes, you can have a linear play, you can have a plan, and they were sticking to that plan so much so that when the plan didn't work out, they didn't know what to do next.
Yes.
So it's thinking on your feet and having those individual plays and also having a strong IGL to figure out, okay, our play is not happening, what are we going to do next? And Zim is just such a great coach to actually, number one, say that in front of everyone, but also knowing very well that that's not going to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point that the players have to be the leaders once you get into those situations. Like, the coach can only take you so far in setting up the plays, But especially when it comes to the search and destroy, that probably breaks down 7-8 times out of 10, and you have to make adjustments based on what the opposing team is doing. And Animus did a good job of making sure that they weren't able to do that, and we'll see if Kings learn from those mistakes and are able to bounce back up against 117.
Yeah, it'll be a great week tomorrow or next week, but we still have one more match today. I don't even know what time it is anymore. This time it's going to be between Panic and 117, 117 being the only other undefeated team on our leaderboard right now. So that's going to be a great way to close this whole thing out. But before we get into match number 4 on the day, it's time for our last break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. One more match on the day before our week 2 is completely done, and we are at that halfway point of our challenge season. So we're going to be closing things out with our final remaining undefeated team, Panic versus 117, 117 being that undefeated squad. Are we just keeping the 3-0 themes today?
Yeah, basically, I mean, we're going to set it up. It's going to be for 117 not found, no maps dropped. And at the same time for Panic, all maps drop.
Okay.
So this is like the very ends of the spectrum. But I mean, for 117 not found, it's because the competition for them wasn't too hard early on. So even until now, Panic is still not the competition for them. But for now, it's going to be Panic trying to find their way to possibly pull up a map because they're not looking good so far here in this competition.
You said all maps dropped. I was like, surely they had to have won. No, they have not won.
You're checking the stats?
Single map. They haven't really gotten close on a single map. They had one standoff control that was 3-2. But outside that, they have gotten run out of all their matchups, and they have yet to go through the toughest part of their schedule. Obviously, 117 being the beginning of that, haven't faced Kings yet either. I mean, there's not much I can say that we haven't already said about Panic. We know there's a lot of talent here. We know there's a lot of gun skill, but the leadership and the chemistry seem to be non-existent. And until we've seen some sort of change in that, I don't know that we can really expect any type of a change anytime soon.
And going up against a squad like 117, who is almost the opposite of that, where they just have been continuing to gel more, getting even stronger. Now, obviously, depending on who you ask, Mommy. Yeah, some people think they're maybe the best team in the region. Up there.
One of the. I mean,
in contention right now, just based off of how competitive everything is.
Yes, in contention to being that #1, but the fact that they haven't really met up with Kings yet, which is a rematch that we really need to see. And Zim already set it up for us a while ago. 117 has always been into that final spot in previous tournaments here this year, but it's always Kings that are getting the best of them. But we did see a different 117 squad where they did bring down Animus to the lower bracket in stage 3. So, I mean, things are getting really good here in EU.
I mean, next week, I think we've got some marquee matches both weeks, actually, when it comes to some of our top squads, if you're following along with this region. 117 against Kings next week. And then we should have Animus in the final week after we're talking to Gathilla, going up against 117 as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a busy challenge season with lots of action yet to come. But we'll get our vetoes up here in a second so we can start talking about what's going to happen in match number 4, how we're going to be closing this thing out, and if these picks and bans are what we're expecting out of these teams.
Well, I mean, looking at it, if you want to find any type of hole in the 117 armor, you have to go all the way back to stage 3, where they lost only to Animus, a Summit Hardpoint, and an Express Search and Destroy. There is no Summit Hardpoint, and there is no Express Search and Destroy. And honestly, Arsenal may be one of the best maps for 117, as a matter of fact, as they took down Animus 250 to 121, convincing fashion. This may be one of the faster 3-0s that we've seen all tournament.
I'm just going to mirror what he says. I mean, the maps that are chosen right now are into the favor of 117 not found. And also it's because the amount of stats that we have for Panic, like we mentioned, is they have not won a single match. Yeah. So that's
the
why.
thing. Like, you can't even point to like, oh, this is where we think Panic could maybe do something, because they haven't won yet. So we don't really know what they're good at.
All right, well then that sounds like we pretty much know what is about to happen. Just head on over to the other side of the studio. We'll jump into the final match of the day and see how it plays out.
Well, all right.
Come on, Panic. Surprise me, please.
Surprise us, please. I mean,
it's just really tough to analyze when there's nothing to analyze.
Okay, one thing I have analyzed, though, when it comes to this Panic squad, we hyped them up in this stage 4, because the pickup of Afer, you know very well that Onur can take those shots down in those S&Ds, but the problem with this squad, they can slay, but it's just a matter of thinking about the OBJ and the fact that they're always kind of forgetting it a lot of the time.
I'm not even that confident they can slay anymore. We've seen Afer, who is one of their biggest pickups, and he's had like major negative maps, and that's why I think a lot of it just comes down to their chemistry. They don't seem to be on the same page so much of the time, and I think the mental battle has been their biggest so far, and one that they've still yet to overcome. So we'll see if they can do that here. Arsenal, maybe not the best starting point, especially as a map that they likely have not played a ton. And from what we hear, 117 have been putting in a lot of work. They're going to be looking to shut this one down early on.
117 not found, looking pretty solid when it comes to their Arsenal gameplay. Was able to bow down Animus in this particular map, so they're very much well aware how to play this. So far, though, we do get to see a pretty early setup from Panic, so that's good. Karma, on the other hand, in a good position to try and shut down some players, but being the only person there is just not going to work out.
We actually have Derek's coming into the rotation for 117. This is the first time that we're seeing him in either Stage 3 or Stage 4 for this squad. But I know that somebody has been highly talked about by this 117 squad. We'll see what type of an impact he can make, but interestingly enough, he comes into the rotation. Strong P1 for Panic on the flip side. Maybe some of these players starting to gel a little bit more. Karma on the top side, looking to shut down rotations. He's able to find one. Afer gets shut down and slide in.
And now that rotation for next is definitely going to be essential. Saturn's, on the other hand, tries to go in for that battery control. Or topside control, definitely going to be good, but Karma is also right there for the flip, but does not know that there's going to be one player right behind him already, but also doesn't get spotted though. Slayer gets a pretty good pick, tries to get rid of that pinch that 117 not found is trying to do.
And this looks like a different Panic team from what we've seen before. Derek's hops on down. He gets shut down, and nobody on 117 really thriving right now as the map control at every point goes the way of Panic. Onur on that high ground, still going to be tough to deal with. He stays alive. Derek's hops into the objective, and finally 117 an opportunity to pick up some time right here, but there's one player up above that should be able to find the kill, and that Slayer is Caesar rotates out very, very early off this one. A long, long run over to P3.
Rotation going to be good for 117 not found. They were able to kind of get in just a few points here in P2. Surprisingly, Panic doing a phenomenal job at playing their angles right. So far, though, that rotation for 117 is gonna be lost now with Onur and Afer getting big kills. So rotational gunfights, good for Panic. But it's still going to be Panic actually having a hold of this as 117 not found, actually spawning off into Gorilla side.
Well, right now, Panic lock things back in. Yaya on the objective. He's got Afer to try to reinforce over on the opposite side, and that's 3 in the feed for Panic. They continue to build on this lead as 117 just not looking like the same team, but you can say the same for Panic. 3 operators gonna pop. Slayer's gonna be able to find at least one more as Afer finds his Purifier running out. 117 do break back in, and on the back of 3 operators being used, maybe not a great sign for Panic.
And now, that's a really good start for Panic. Scraps going in for the favor of 117 not found, but you're going to be expecting that Panic already on for that rotation for next. Battery is definitely going to be a really open hard point, but 117, not just the scrap points, but they're also getting that early rotational gunfights being won. So far, though, Saturn's also in a really good position to try and just hold the better spawns.
Well, right now, Saturn's locking in from this tower position. Lucky watching on the OBJ, not going to spot anybody out quite yet. Slayer's there to keep things contested. Won't get spotted out. He takes down Derek's, does get hit by the Hunter Killer. Operator starting to come through as Karma pops the Annihilator. Yaya, nice kill to keep the objective clear, and Panic continue to build on this lead. Another kill goes through right there as Caesar and Lucky both drop. Derek's around the corner, will be able to take him down, but the Hunter Killer did not go out in time. Need a little bit of a reload, and somehow Afer wins that one. And this Panic squad has all of a sudden come alive.
And I mean, even if they were winning those gunfights, 117 not found still actually have a pretty good hold, but they let it go as they overpush just a little bit, and Panic able to get the scrap points. The rotation also going well for Panic.
Yaya, stun check up ahead. Doesn't look like anybody in position. Afer spawns off behind. Lucky in need of a big value claw right here. Able to take down one, but nobody else looking to challenge the position. They're able to clear off one as Kapronx drops. Yaya does as well. And now it's a big operator investment for 117 as Caesar pops the Sparrow, Derek's pops the War Machine, and they're getting back into this one as they slowly but surely close the gap.
This is a hill that's a little bit easier to go and defend if you get number one cafeteria. Also, the fact that they also have the operators down. Heavy investment coming in from 117 not bound just to try and stop Panic from the push. And it is going to be contested by just a little bit. And that's definitely going to be really big points for 117 not bound as they close down the gap, knowing very well where everyone else from Panic is actually going to be spawning off. And now they're having a difficult time so far. That rotation for next, that setup for spawn, and also objective control going to be on Panic's mind.
Setting up for an easy kill for Kapronx right there. It's 117 picking up the rest of the time. Panic's starting to look a little bit shaky here. Fantastic start, but not quite that same resiliency, and that's what we tend to see out of a lot of these teams that just don't have that same level of mental toughness. Slayer's got to win this early gunfight. Nice easy kill for him right there. Not really sure what he was shooting at. He's going to get shut down on the top side, and that gives Slayer the mid-window control as 117 once again find a way to break back in, and Panic are going to try to funnel all through that same doorway. They take down one, but still you have to clear off the objective. That's a big opener for Onur, but he needs the reinforcements from the rest of the squad.
And now Afer finally goes in there for the contest, but instead goes for the kill instead. And so far, no contest from Panic whatsoever. 152 and 104. The build is slowly leading up to 117 not found. Finally, the contest comes through. Caesar still wins those gunfights. Panic also just going in for one side of the map instead. And that is a one-dimensional push coming in from Panic, knowing very well that there's a lot more entrances that you could actually go and pursue.
You can see the lack of patience as well. Rather than just getting one player hopped up on the objective and letting the other players get into position, you get no contest time, and because of it, 117 continue to build on their lead. It feels like at this point, probably 100 seconds straight that they've gotten off of Panic without any success, and just like that, P2, which looked phenomenal for Panic the first time around, goes uncontrolled, and you've got to deal with Carmen. The top side, the Annihilator does get cleared out, but still a nasty position for Slayer to try to find some kills off of.
Afer in a really good spot to try and just take care of those players here in Zigzag. Slayer as well goes in there. That's a good defensive setup from Panic so far, but no one's actually going to be stepping on that hill. The entire time, there were so many Panic players there, but they weren't able to go in there for the objective. Also allows 117 not found to step on it. And even though Panic had the more favorable power positions, they're not able to capitalize on that.
Well, right now, Afer looking to shut down these rotations. Two players already in position for 117. Spots out Saturns. Not going to find the kill, though. Utility could be valuable here. Looking to play his life, but Caesar shuts down his mid-flash. He will get taken down, and 117 continue to cook. Off the slow start in this one. This is a little bit more like the 117 team we have seen all season long.
It's still going to be Panic, though, with the control here in P4, but with a pretty weak defensive setup, especially knowing that they don't have the more favorable spawn. How long can they actually sustain that? With 3 players coming in from 117 not found, also having score streaks of their own. Slayer, speaking of, brings out the Annihilator, but Lucky responds with a claw, not able to actually capitalize on that.
117 continue to move upwards as Panic struggled to get back into this one. Yaya shut down off the War Machine, and only 2 operators remain as they would love to avoid any type of scrap time for 117 right here. Slayer in position to lurk through, but he only finds one, and he needed a lot more than that. Derek's nice little pre-fire gets shut down by Yaya on the lurk through as well. The boxing gloves do connect, but Panic still so much work yet to be done.
Prawn gonna try to get those scrap points down, but it makes me wonder how many Panic players actually try to go in for next. Slayer and Afer gonna be right there, gonna be greeted by players on the opposite side of P4. A very open hardpoint, really difficult to go and defend. Onur spams the Holger, doesn't really quite work up against the CBR.
117, only 30 points needed to clutch this one up. Sparrow in the hands of Capronx, but he shuts himself down in the process. Saturns is there. FFAR in hand to find a couple. Panic break back in. Slayer, it seems like he's been the only guy in the middle of the action every time that we take a look. And the Panic players just getting shut down one by one. Again, better teamwork for the 117 squad. And even off the slow start, much like what we saw out of Animus, they bounce back in this one, and now with a 100-point lead in their hands, should have enough to take the dub here on map 1.
And it really is the operator usage right now of 117 not found is the biggest difference. And also the fact that they're just so patient when it comes to it. They're waiting for the rest of their teammates to go and push, knowing that they will not win essential gunfights without them. Now rotation coming into P5, where we saw 117 not found do so well, even though that Panic also had the more favorable spawn. Yaya Capron actually still staying there. I'm pretty surprised why they actually just had that. Onur, though, having the claw in hand in a really good position to try to go in top bedroom control. And there you go. Big kill so far for Panic. That's signs of life, but it is still a long way to go.
Afer gonna be able to get one down, claw in hand. It's not really connecting for Onur there, but Afer is there to do the damage anyway. And if they can get pushed out a little bit, it would work wonders, but he's the only one winning the gunfights on the inside of the objective, and Derek's gonna be able to clear it out with the War Machine in hand. That last kill should be able to seal the deal right here. And 117 not found as expected. Take map 1, but not quite as convincingly as we had anticipated.
But when it comes to a really veteran team like 117 not found, it was a pretty slow start. Like you already mentioned that with Animus already, but they're able to kind of just move their way around and adjust mid-game, and that is why they have that experience to kind of just adjust really well. Slayer, on the other hand, on the other side of things, Panic's only hope that only 33 kills to his name. I mean, when it comes to the kills, they're pretty even when it comes to the board, and that's something that Panic actually has, is to have those slays, but not being, like, not able to actually convert that into hard points.
I mean, Derek's looking like a huge pickup. 32 and 22 with 2.5 minutes inside the objective. It looks like he has been putting in the work alongside this 117 squad, and looking like potentially a huge pickup, even despite the slow game out of Saturns. They find a way to bounce back, and you got to give Panic credit. That first half of the game, probably some of the best hardpoint that we've seen them play all season. The thing is, it's so late with us being over halfway done with the season already. Is it too late for them to bounce back? They're going to need other teams at this point to collapse, and they're going to need to somehow find this win up against 117. I would love to continue to see improvements out of them, but still a very big uphill battle.
Signs of life coming in from Panic squad, but when it comes to that search and destroy, definitely need to go and step it up, because like what you already mentioned is this is already our halfway point and you don't have any maps won yet, so it's proving to be very difficult for them to make those adjustments. But it does seem like they've been making those in-game adjustments. They're finally getting that chemistry down, but it may be too late here in the season.
Yep. Yeah, and especially if it's going to come down to map wins when it comes to tiebreakers, that puts you in that much more of a difficult position, because not only have you not won a match, but you're going to be behind every single other team coming down to those tiebreakers in the head-to-heads. So we'll see what they can do heading into the search and destroy. Once again, it's tough to analyze because they've not won a map in any game mode so far, but it makes it additionally more difficult to analyze because 117 have not lost a map in any mode.
Yeah, they haven't lost anything yet. I mean, the closest was up against 31er in Tunisia that went into OT, but just giving you a little bit of background with Panic's, relationship right now with Standoff did not look good yesterday up against 31er. Speaking of, 4 and 7 is going to be that scoreline. So far, they did not have any kind of plays for that standoff game because obviously it is replacing firing range at the moment while we're still trying to fix that. So with 117, they have not played standoff yet. So it could possibly swing more towards the side of 117 not found, but we don't know what kind of plays they will be doing here.
Yep. It's and it is something that most of these players are familiar with to some degree or another. I once again don't really know how much Derek's has been there for their scrims. My understanding coming into the season was that 117 was actually planning to have him with them for the entirety of the season. So him coming in at the halfway point is definitely going to be interesting, and it may be that this is kind of a testing ground going up against the Panic squad that they anticipate they're going to be able to handle easily. Maybe based off of this performance could decide to make some roster changes, but definitely an interesting time for that to happen, especially given the fact that once again this is a roster that has not lost a map yet.
I mean, he's settling well. The fact that he just came here at day number 4, that's definitely no joke to be able to be number 2 in that hardpoint arsenal. But trying to figure out how he's going to be dealing here in that search and destroy with the CBR4 in hand. So you're going to be expecting he'll be the first point of contact alongside Caesar.
Well, we had Slayer making some big plays on the standoff search and destroy yesterday, but very few contributions out of the rest of the squad. We'll see what kind of changes they can make, but Caesar is there to gun down Yaya. In first blood, no surprise, going the way of 117. Slayer's got the bomb in hand and once again looking to overlook onto the A side. But so many of these plays for Panic have been one-dimensional pushes over toward the A side. Seems like it should be fairly easy to read for 117.
Slayer is not in a good spot, just in case 117 not found is going to be pushing. For Panic though, they're still waiting on that information. Caesar is just applying so much pressure here on back alley. And now Afer has been taking a lot of shots ever since the start of this round, and we need to find a way for Panic to get a trade or get any kind of information, because you know the more time that you're giving away to 117 not found, the more positioning that you're going to be giving away.
Oh, and that could not have been better timing for Caesar. Makes that kill look as easy as can be, and that's going to force Onur back to the gas station. Right here is once again just a full reset. Derek's gets pushed up by himself with the bomb in hand. Now Onur, last man standing, able to take down one, but in need of 1v5.
There was no need for a push there in Alpha, all by yourself, knowing very well that the rest of your teammates are on the other side of the map. And now the bomb is going to be down in a bad spot. You got one player right there. Onur does not take his shots down. A misplay coming in from Panic. And even though the first blood was into the favor of 117 not found, Panic just could not have that timing right.
All right, Panic needs some different looks. So far, it's been send Slayer up to the tank, hope that he can hit a couple of shots and find a way for us to get into the bomb site. Slayer there to open up once again. You know what? If that's your only play, then stick with it and hope that it works. Onur gets pushed up as well, and that's going to leave Karma all alone. 1v5 this time around for him, and woof. 117 were not ready for the aggression out of Panic.
And now let's see what kind of play 117 will do up against a very aggressive Panic squad, possibly for this round. But Panic dealt well with the first opening pick of Slayer, and that's why he probably shouldn't have had the bomb in the first place, because all he can do is slay and create that space for his team. So far, though, passive approach coming from Panic, and that's the kind of look that we like to see from the squad, to have a little bit of three-dimensional play from them.
Kapronk's going to be rocking the sniper as well as they look to get pushed up toward Tractor once again. One player inside Cubby you got to deal with, and one back toward Barrels. Now make it 2. Wow, I can't believe that didn't connect. Maybe on the backside of the wall, but Lucky shuts down one on the push in. Thing is, if you're Panic, you don't have any other option. You got to commit to the play. Afer going to be able to shut down Derek's, and that will be the A site controlled. One push back toward Barrels as Lucky takes down Afer, but you've still got player number 2 in Yaya, lurked all the way up into Grandma's, but you've got to deal with the players at hand, and now that leaves Yaya all alone.
I feel like that nade that took out Afer should have been that indication to just get out of there. But no, they just committed to the site and just could not wait for the last pair from Panic. And now, easy round coming in from 117 not found. Good adjustment from their end as well. And now for Panic, that passive approach did not help you. And you already know that 117 not found will try to answer to that aggression as well, but a different approach though. They are gonna leave the bomb. No one wants to pick it up.
Interesting. I can't anticipate that's something that will work to their advantage. But Lucky's gonna find the opener onto Afer, and once again miscues, and mishaps galore for this Panic squad. Bomb does get picked up. Once again, looking like the same pick. Get Slayer pushed up in the mid-map. Hope that he can find a pick and see if you can make your way on the bomb site. Still got to deal with Saturn's pushed up toward the outside of Cubby right there, and Derek's on the backside of Tractor. Should get spotted out right there, but not enough damage for the kill, and trades do go through. No, they don't. Slayer finds 2, and once again trying to single-handedly hand his team around.
Karma spots 1. That's player number 4, Onur, and it's still going to be doable, a 3v3 situation. Lucky in a good spot to try and get rid of Capron. He does spot the head. There you go. Goes down, headshot for Lucky. And that is going to be a really big kill coming in from 117 not found. The momentum on their end as Bomb is going to go down. They do have spots. Slayer gets spotted as well. Information so much going through 117 not found. Oh, Noor gets a beautiful double.
That's crucial, setting up an opportunity, but once again, leaving it all on to Slayer up against Karma. We know that Slayer knows where he is. From Karma's POV, I don't think he got the information, and he has no option but to plant right here. I'm a little bit surprised Karma wrapped as wide as he did and not going to be able to peek Slayer in time. Now Slayer knows exactly where he needs to go. The 1v1 Sniper should have the advantage right here as Slayer continues to back up, and he's going to over-peek, full body, everything that Karma needed to find the kill. And a big misplay to give another round to 117.
Panic needs to calm down when it comes to the aggression and just play for the objective. How many times have we said that already in this competition so far? They put themselves in winning conditions and then just drop it because they just want to go for the kills instead. 117 not found. They find a way to just capitalize on the aggression of Panic right now.
Man, get Slayer some help. This guy's been the first blood reaper, and they just have not capitalized on it at all. Capronx, you don't look super comfortable with the sniper in hand, and with Slayer shut down off the start. The round may be dead to rights as it's going to be Derek's getting pushed up so far. Panic can't really have much of a clue. They got one player watching the doorway, and Afer's going to be able to make him pay, so a little bit overzealous for Derek's as it now equalizes into a 4v4, but what else? Capronx gets shut down. Lucky makes him pay, and I would definitely like to see him make a switch because he just does not seem comfortable with the sniper in hand.
Caesar has been punishing all of the players that have been trying to go in there for that backside push. Afer, bomb in hand. It is just going to be Onur that can help him. He does pick up a sniper though, so at least they can have some help when it comes to the long-range engagements. Everyone else from 117 not found. Gonna be right there, just by spawn. Tries to tag up with that information, so a backside push. But again, Caesar has been so good here.
Ooh, he gets away, gets the information. He's gonna reach out anyway. Caesar is there, and he connects. Afer to find 1 trade, make it 2. He's still got the sniper in hand. The 1v4 is possible. Not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but if he finds the angle onto Karma, might be able to make it happen. Seems like Karma should have had eyes, and Saturn's going to be able to find the kill. You didn't quite check those last couple pixels of the corner. 117 extend the lead.
That would have been so good for Afer, and so far, you know he can hit. When it comes to the accuracy, Afer has got it. And now for 117 not found, that is a good play of just being passive. Let them come to you instead, of course, being on the defensive side, as we do get to see a reign of terror coming in from mid, coming here. Derek's pushes up, but does get punished by Onur. Trades after trades, it's still pretty even.
Saturn's pushed way up and should be able to find 1, maybe even 2. He does just that. Playing his life to keep it even there as well. Yaya fires back, but it's still man advantage for 117. And you still got Slayer alive, but maybe not quite as predictable positions for 117 as Slayer's used to. Yaya lurking back alley. If he can find a way to slip through, might be able to find that kill into Deli or Blue. But the bomb is down, so 117 should have some type of an idea where these remaining Panic players are playing.
Caesar gets stacked up, but he also gives that information to his teammates. So now they're doubling up on here into back alley, but everyone else from Panics are actually going to be here in through mid, through Broken. They still need to pick up the bomb, which is in a really bad spot, but 117 not found. I think doesn't know where it is. Lucky in a really good spot, though, to just try to stop the push in through mid.
This is unfortunate timing as Yaya slips all the way through the mid-map. Lucky doesn't see him, and Saturn's can't quite find an eye on him either. Yaya turns, takes down Lucky, and all down to Saturn's as Slayer takes him down.
It's not over yet.
And at least a little bit of breathing room for Panic as they clutch up in the 2v3 there.
That's good. Now Panic, you already have your adjustments down. Knows very well, okay, play your time a little bit, get your picks, and Yaya doing a phenomenal job at just getting that information. But one thing we need to see for that adjustment from Panic is for Capron to put down that sniper. Lucky goes down, and speaking of Capron, just not winning his gunfights. It's already round number 7.
Capron, just like run forward into a corner and go prone with a CBR. There's got to be some better use of your time than getting out-sniped over and over again. Derek's able to get away with his life. Information right here, you don't need information. You get a kill if you're Karma. He's going to be able to get pushed up as well, and now the 2 remaining Panic players just hoping and praying to catch an out-of-position 117 player is... They're sitting way in the back of spawn. Saturn's information checking. Derek's pushed up in the mid-map. Non-existent map control, and Panic in need of a miracle.
Panic will be spotted. Derek's in a really good spot to defend here from mid-street. They have all lanes covered. Caesar again in back alley. Oh no, rather he's actually going to be in Grandma's. Slayer does not spot Caesar at all, and there you go. That's going to be such huge kills from Slayer. He still gets 1. Hey, you're not supposed to do body shots at this level of the competition. Oh, no. Still brings down Derek's. Still a 1v3 situation, but with 6 seconds left on the clock, it's just not doable as Saturn seals the deal for them. Woo. All right, 2 more to go for 117 not found.
I mean, they've played this as clinically as they can. On the flip side, Panic have gotten picked apart, especially on the defense. Capron is just dead set on sticking with the sniper, no matter the cost. Looking for a wallbang, looking for something. Slayer shut down early. One of the only hopes for Panic to find an early kill, and Afer does get pushed way, way deep off that broken wall, so he may be able to catch somebody out of position, but a risky spot for Honor, and there's Caesar to make him pay with the sniper in hand.
Afer, though, speaking of, will get a cheeky kill right there and is able to kind of just even things out for both of these teams. That's going to be really big kills from him. And the fact that 117 not found just did not expect him to push that far in, but they do have an answer. Derek's right there. Still misses Afer, though. Finally goes in for the check, but Afer still gets the best of him.
Lucky's waiting. He knows that they need to make a push out right here if they want to be able to get the defuse, and he makes them pay again. Afer's already jumped out the top side. Flashbang should be able to get the necessary information, but Capron's finally able to find something with the sniper in hand, and it looks like Panic might be able to make something out of nothing. Unfortunately, there's no opportunity for him to find the kill right here, and it looks like the round will go through for 117 once again.
Now that is how you play that post-plant situation. Lucky shows it to us. I feel like we have been replenished with the curse that we saw a while ago, man.
Defend the objectives.
All right, 117 not found. 1 more round to go to bring this series 2-0. Panic needs to find a way to just turn things around, but looks like they're going to be struggling just a little bit. Afer, though, pushes a little bit deep, but it's a good thing he backs away because that's going to be a lot of players right into you.
And just not confident in the position right there. Did not want to risk anything if he didn't need to. He's going to actually reposition over toward Grandma's to find 1. Trades by Karma right there. Slayer looking for a wallbang, I believe, in the top Grandma's, if I had to guess, but not a spot that I've seen before. Saturn's going to play to the back tank, and once again, Lucky looking for an opportunity to open it up. He has been absurd with the sniper in hand so far, and it should be a wide open A site if they want to take it.
Now, not wide anymore, as player number 2, Yaya, goes in there. Possibility to get down Saturns, but he does reposition himself, but he does get spotted. So they might go and play for the retake, but they need to be careful with player number 4. That's Karma right in there for the flank, and so far they don't know whatsoever. He does make a little bit of noise, still with the wall bang, perfect for that Holger 26. Now, Panic gonna be backed up.
2v2 right here. Capron spotted, but he's able to get away with his life. Bomb is down, and with only 30 seconds remaining, 117 have got to make the play. Bomb goes down, but with Karma dropping, now on to Derek's to clutch up in a 1v2. He gets aggressive over here, and it's over top of barrels that he finds one. Now a 1v1 we go. The play, all the pressure onto Panic as he makes his way in. Should have some audio cues. Derek's moving around a lot, but he makes his way back to the mid-map. Peeks over top of the heady, but Capron's finally able to make him pay and kill number 3. Keeps Panic's hopes alive.
Capron extends their life here in SND. And if you needed to step up, I mean, he kind of was a little bit late, but finally getting pretty essential kills, actually. 117 not found. Instead, went for kills into Panic spawn, which just gave up their numbers advantage. So far, though, Lucky trying to pick off any kind of information here in this alpha site, but for Panic, they're not giving anything away.
I like the adjustments right here. It's not something that they've done a ton in their matches, but unfortunately, Derek's going to be able to sniff out Afer anyway, and now on for the 5v4 retake right here. Just hoping for a crazy wallbang, and it's just not a feasible, consistent retake game plan. Just sitting back under blue, hoping you sniff out a kill. Karma shuts down Yaya, and one by one, they should fall right here as there is no dedicated plan of attack for this Panic squad. Slayer hoping to be able to land a snipe, but Karma shuts him down, and now with 2 players remaining, no map control, no information, and only 1 player, Onur, will disappear as 117 now 1 map away from maintaining their perfect record.
It's really the snipers on both teams, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, you had Lucky absolutely pop off, making so much space, and everyone just on it every single time. Karma on the back end, always getting those kills most of the time. And then on the other side, you have Capron kind of just lacking when it comes to those kills. It took so long for him to get his first kill. And now for Slayer, they were trying to rely on him so much early game, but he kind of just fizzled out at the very end.
Yeah, and that's what happened for them last time around as well. Like a hot start, but it's just so difficult to maintain when you're not getting any support and you're left constantly second-guessing those other positions. We saw a lot of plays that, once again, could have gone the way of Panic, but just struggling to close out those rounds. And you can see the work, the consistency that has resulted from it for 117. Throwing Derek's in the mix, definitely an interesting look, but he has definitely been able to adapt well, and I'm curious to see what he can do as we get ready to head into the control.
Seems like a very good addition to the team, and he's doing a pretty good job. Almost clutches up that 1v2, and just unfortunate for him that he was up against a kind of cooking a little bit late when it comes to the party Capron. So here we go. We're in a do-or-die situation for Panic. They still haven't pulled out a map at all ever since the start of Stage 4. So you gotta feel a little bit tricky here when it comes to this team.
Yep. Tough to analyze. All wins versus all losses as we get ready to head in the control in what could be the final match of the night, final map of the night. It's oddly reminiscent of night 1 of EU. I guess it's perfect timing now that we're halfway through. I'm really hoping that we don't get that on the final night because I know we got some banger matchups then. But Panic still looking for that first win of EU Stage 4. Not talking matches, we're talking maps. Hoping they can bounce back right here. Once again, we know they've got the talent. It's just the chemistry has not been there.
It's a matter of just like sewing everyone together, because obviously when it comes to those team chemistry, they just don't have that so far. Individually though, they can definitely slay out. We keep saying the objective needs to be done. We've seen it time and time again when it comes to these plays, but they have tried to adjust at this game. I've seen it already. It's just, it might be a little bit too late in this competition where everyone's already leveling up their gameplay and you're here just trying to play catch up.
Yeah, that's absolutely what it feels like. And I don't know. I just started with like so much hope. Like they lost their first series.
Them up.
They lost their first series. It's okay. They're just building chemistry. They're gonna bounce back. Oh, they lost their second series. Well, it's still chemistry. Lost the third series. Okay. What's happening? Here we are in the fourth series. Still looking for a map. We'll see what they can do on the offense here. 117 players early flooding through the mid map. It's Caesar and Lucky applying that pressure early on and getting into some cheeky spots that are going to be tough to deal with.
Mid-street, though, already occupied by 117 not found, and you do not want that if you're going to be Panic, as the early setup for that spawn trap already ensuing. Play number 5, take a look at that. That's Caesar. Lucky as well, doing a phenomenal job at this top building here in Cat Room. Just applying so much pressure, and Saturn's as well. You see so much blue already on the feed. 25 and 21 is going to be your life dispersion here, and it's still very doable for Panic to try and, you know, get those kills down, but they're just not set up at all.
And you can see they just constantly have each other's backs. 117 at every turn in position to keep their teammates alive, and they sit up 7 lives early in this one. Panic yet to get any progress on any of these objectives. Derek's keeping things clear on the outer edge. Slayer through mid, finally going to be able to find one, but trades galore for 117, and Karma raining from above with that UL in hand. Now up to a 9-life lead, but the bigger concern for Panic, no type of objective control and not a whole lot of time to work with.
Saturn's is still there in through spawn. He's not even trying to get these kills, maybe just giving that information down as to where Panic is going to be. And probably one of the best things is that he will be the UAV that 117 not found will actually get. And now he's finally making some noise. So Panic is very much knowledgeable that there's going to be that one player there and finally gets taken out.
Slayer, not a whole lot of success so far in this one. Same for Yaya, 2 of the more experienced players on this roster we expected to be stepping up, and they just can't seem to find any of the kills. They do get some decent progress onto A, and once again, it's not over, but with only 5 lives remaining, you gotta play perfect control the rest of the way through. Onur hopping the objective, might be able to get this objective tick locked in, but Derek's every additional kill is that much more punishing, and now Onur finding one with the boxing gloves. It's a 6v3, not unwinnable, but it's gonna take some absolute hero plays out of the Panic squad, and just like that, all down to Onur. Could have had the kill right there and can't connect with the boxing gloves.
So far, Panic need to find a way to control mid. They lost it every single time, and even though they did try at the very like at the later half of that first round, it was just a little bit too late when it comes to those lives, and they also had to deal with Saturn's that was basically giving information to the rest of his team. He was so quiet there, wasn't even trying to get those kills down. Let's see if he's going to be doing the same case here. So far though, we do get to see that Panic are bringing out a lot of their big guns.
Yeah, operators coming out early, 1 in play, 2 charged up and ready to go, and honestly not that much value for Caesar. They do hold the life advantage still, but Capron fires back. And once again, you got to deal with Lucky if you want to safely exit spawn anytime soon. 117 continue to pick up the kills, and now that life lead building. Easy A capture as Afer finally there to take one down, but a little bit too late, and now Lucky pushed up into spawn, has a claw. The spawn trap is set up and ready to go. Able to find 2 right there and yet to be traded out. Shots continue to go over top, and he's enough of a distraction for the rest of his team to get pushed way up right here. Derek's on a 3 spree, looking to spawn trap as well, and just like that, the life lead is 12.
Man, Lucky, his positioning is just so good here. The fact that he stayed at that point, at that spawn point, just allowed everyone else from Panic to spawn on top rock and was basically pinched. Now though, as they're trying to make their way in through this side of the map, the right side, it's just gonna be a little bit too hard with just so few lives left, with 21 and 6 on the life count.
This round's over. This round, there is 0 hope for this round. The other ones, I'll be like, yeah, 11 versus 5, anything's possible. 18 versus 3, no. That is not possible, and especially not against 117 not found. Capron's going to be able to find 2 there. You take what you can get. But it's 117 now 1 round away from shutting this down and maintaining that perfect record.
Well, for Panic, there's really not much I can say when it comes to this team and their gameplay, because so far it has been one-dimensional all throughout. And now for 117 not found, it just seems like it's just too far away when it comes to every single play that they've been doing. So far, though, we do get to see 117 not found doing a different approach, not going more for that mid presence, going in for the sides on the right side of the map, then going through mid. And so far, Yaya getting a lot of these kills, tries to go in there for the distraction, but it is still going to be pretty even when it comes to the life count.
Saturn's making the switch to the KRM. Not really what I expected to see on Crossroads Strike. Pred's gonna drop for Lucky. Hunter Killer goes out as well, and Panic actually able to keep this fairly even. They get pushed up onto A. One player looking to make the hero play. That's gonna be Yaya winning a big gunfight. But he opts to hop off the objective. And like you've talked about before, this team just seems to forget what the point of the game mode is.
Oh my
Because
gosh,
of it, they get
no!
absolutely picked apart. Caesar now on a 5 spree, and his teammate there to pick up the last kill. Guys, why is nobody looking at him? You know that he's there, right? They finally take him down, but full streaks earned. And it looked like an opportunity for Panic to finally take a round. Just like that, Hope disappears in seconds.
This is exactly what happened in that first round, where Panic just let a player slip around, and this just dealt so much more damage compared to the first. And now with absolutely nothing, just 0 to their name, 0 score streaks, just a 1 claw to try and survive this 1v14 with just absolutely no time left on the clock. 117 not found just shows us a master class here on Crossroads Strike, and Panic just could not do anything at this point.
It's officially time for Panic to panic.
Yeah.
It's... I don't know. I don't know what needs to happen. It's tough to give feedback off of that one. No real bright spots, and once again, it seems like we know they've got the gun skill. Teamwork just isn't there. To be honest, it doesn't really look like they're putting that much time into practicing as well. The strategy, the angles that they're playing, the trust in the teammates all seem to be non-existent.
Makes me wonder if they are on the same call, just trying to give comms to each other, because so far when you're not giving that information to your teammate that it's literally one player there getting so much free kills in spawn, Caesar just had a feast right there. Lucky as well. So they had no answer whatsoever, looking like they're super shaky here in Crossroads Strike, but it's not even just in this map, it's in every single map here so far.
Maybe it's a social experiment. They want to see just how good they are individually, so we're all going to play no comms and see how far we can get in the COD Mobile World Championships. The answer, not very far.
Not so much. I mean, it's just we had such high hopes for them going into this competition. We were so excited for AFER to be part of this team, but when it comes down to it, they just struggled every single time, and there was just no adjustments being made at this point of the competition.
Definitely a rough challenge season for Panic here so far. 117 though, not dragging this out at all, making quick work of their 3-0 to close out the second week of the challenge season here. And I mean, that's what we expected out of 117. But now is the opportunity for Panic to really go back to the drawing board between this week and next week and see if there's anything they can kind of turn around for themselves.
I think they should burn the drawing board because it's not working. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't know what else to say. Like, I feel like we've tried to give good feedback. We've tried to like give constructive criticism, and it just doesn't seem like they're putting in the effort to make those improvements. So I do hope that we see a better Panic team next week. But also, you put yourself now into an 0-4 hole, and I don't know that there's any way to climb your way out of it.
Well, we'll take a look at those standings now that you're talking about it here. Panic down there at that 0-4, but on the flip side, we've got 117 and Animus at the top 4-0. Kings now moving in to third with the 3-1. And right now, Exclusive at 2-2. next week, that middle of the pack area, that bubble for top 4, it could start to get a little bit closer, Mommy.
Now that is a place where we definitely have to put a magnifying glass because 31er is right there. They're catching up slowly. Exclusive is not doing as well as we thought. They're very shaky in this competition and they definitely have experience here. They're one of the more experienced players. So it's kind of like a question mark as to why aren't they popping off as we thought they were going into this competition. But hey, seeing that standings, we're still kind of true into what we said in the beginning of this broadcast. 117, no maps dropped. Panic, all maps dropped. I mean, I need to see a different storyline. It's consistent.
That's true. Credit where credit's due.
All right, well, we should have Lucky standing by to close out the day, if I'm not mistaken. So let's bring him in here to chat for a little bit. Lucky, welcome back.
Thanks.
All right, let's talk about this because now you guys are one of 2 remaining undefeated teams, and you have some big matchups still left in the works to close out the challenge season. So what does it look like for you guys looking towards the next 2 weeks?
Can you repeat? I did not really understand, to be honest.
You've got big matches coming up the next 2 weeks. You've got yourself at the top of the leaderboard, though, for now. So how are you guys feeling looking towards the next 2 weeks and the matches that you have to take?
Yeah, well, we're feeling really good right now. Feeling really good because teammates putting in the work, like I always say. So you have to be confident, but always have respect to the rivals. So you have to know where your spot is. But I'm really confident for next matches.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's interesting, right? We always have the same people coming up here for these interviews. Lucky you're one of them, and that's a great thing to have. But we also had Zim, we've had Gothilla trying to get that #1 spot. Yeah, their teams, Kings and Animus. So far, they're the 2 teams that you're going to come up against. But one team I'm looking at in particular is Animus. How are you going to take this rematch up against them, knowing very well that you guys took it into a game number 5 during stage 3?
Well, right now, first of all, we're just focusing on Kings, to be honest, because next week match is Kings. When we finish the next week match against Kings, we will just focus on Animus. You cannot focus on both teams at the same time, I think. So it's better just one by one.
All right. Well, I was very, very interested. Obviously, coming into this stage, there's the conversation around you guys adding Derek's to the roster, and he wasn't with you guys for the first half of the season. Very interesting move that despite the fact that you had not dropped a single map so far, you add him into the rotation. Was that a play more because you felt confident in your ability to take down Panic and you wanted to see how he fit in, or is that the beginning of a move for him to be a permanent starting player?
We really just wanted to let him play like a match to see how it fits in the team and see how it does, and it's looked good. He plays OBJ really good, so it's fantastic playing with him.
Yeah, I mean, he was phenomenal on map 1. I think he had the most OBJ time and almost the most kills, so definitely seems like a solid addition, and I'm interested to see what you guys come up with for the second half of the season.
Well, you don't have to say any specifics, but you obviously mentioned you've got that Kings match coming up next week, right around the corner, that you guys are really focusing on. After watching them go up against Animus, was there anything useful that you guys learned that you might be able to apply for your own strategy next week?
Yeah, that match, their matches were just, you have to see them because they were really good matches, really interesting things and retakes and everything. So it's something you have to look really good into to see what you're going to do against them. So we've looked at it already.
I love that. I love that. I am excited to watch you guys play next week. I think it's going to be a banger of a match, Lucky. Thank you so much for jumping on and chatting again.
Thanks.
All right. That's it for today. That was a quick one. So before we say goodbye, I want to get some final thoughts out of you guys. Not even necessarily about today specifically, but the fact that we are now halfway through this season and kind of where everything's shaken out so far.
So far, we did say that this is an essential day for all these teams at the bottom bracket, try to go up against these Giants, and so far, it's still the Giants coming out on top. So far, the only kind of team that I think that will create a little bit of a dent could be 31er, and so far, they're still struggling today. So I think the skill level is still a little bit too far, so that's in the later ends of this season, that's when we'll see who will be the new superstars leading up to it.
if I was going to give my top 3 surprises so far in the season, number 1 surprise, 0 map wins for Panic. I anticipated they were going to be at least top 4, top 5. Obviously, we don't know everything that happens behind the scenes, but it seems like the players just not meshing. I think that was a surprise to a lot of people given the amount of talent, the amount of experience that's there. Surprise number 2 definitely had to be Kings taking down Animus. That was, I would say, the best match of the season so far, and super well played between those two, but Animus showing a lot of improvement, especially when it comes to the search and destroy. That was a mode that we talked about them being shaky with across the board. The fact that they dropped the search and destroy, I believe, to 31er, if I'm remembering that correctly. The fact that they were able to take down Kings in that mode was just so impressive. And then I think the third thing is just the level of dominance that we've seen out of 117. We knew that they were going to be a really good team, but across the board, they've shown no weakness, and it's tough to break down what we can expect as far as holes in their map pool, their gameplay, whatever it would be. It's going to be difficult for other teams to evaluate the rest of the season.
Yeah, well, the rest of the season is going to be very exciting. If you're wondering what we have coming up around the corner, well, here is the schedule we keep talking about for next week, so you know exactly what matches are coming up. Like we've said a few times, 117 will have to face off against Kings next week, followed by Exclusive versus 31er, Animus versus Zidium, and then Panic versus Mont to close out the day. You're going to have to get here right at the beginning of the stream, okay? You guys, you can't miss that, right? I mean, look at you.
Excited. I mean, like, my glasses, I'm having a hard time looking, but I know that. I know that number 1 thing that you want to see, be here early. You got to see this matchup, 117 versus Kings. And even though Kings did drop just a little bit because of their matchup against Animus yesterday, I feel like everyone is asking, is 117 really that good to not drop a map? Well, it's because they haven't really met Kings and Animus yet. That is the only reason why that they're up in the leaderboard.
We'll have to see how it plays out next week. Like I said, make sure you guys are there. If you're not able to be there, at least follow us on social media so you don't miss anything. If you can't make the live stream, you can be on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or just go check a VOD. You know, make sure you check out whatever you can. Get all of the information. It's going to be a very competitive week number 3. And then, of course, you can also join us in Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join the community, hang out with us there, and talk all things COD Mobile. Get even more information on what's been going on this entire time. So make sure you check that out as well, because as far as we go, we're now 50% of the way through our challenge season. Right now, it is only 117 and Animus at the top of our leaderboard, undefeated, but I'm sure that that will change potentially at least once. It's got to change. Only one team can remain undefeated by the end of the season, if that's even how it all plays out. So you're just going to have to make sure you show up every single time to see each one of these matches unfold. Of course, thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy for helping us put on this entire show. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at the studio, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.